on.
No,
I know, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let's call this meeting to order. Let's start with the pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome to everyone that is here with us today. This is going to be a long day, but I'm sure it'll be a good day and a productive day, and we'll make the best of the situation. This traditionally is a function of the Finance Committee. Beth will have her computer as soon as Rick gets it here. So she's asked me to, we'll jointly try to take care of the business up until she gets the computer. Because that, even though the information's up there, both of us cannot really read it. It's too small. So, first item on the agenda this morning is the court services. Circuit 1 and 2. Okay. Yes, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm fortunate enough to have 3 of the 4 judges with me this morning. I don't know if they could come up or if you want them over here. I'm certain that they'll chime in on some portions.
They're more than welcome to get up there, and if they want to move a chair over there and sit down while you're...
We sit enough.
And Judge Horn sends his regrets, but he wasn't able to make it this morning. As we prepared the budgets, we had a series of exchanges of emails and then a couple of sit-down meetings. So we tried to put forth the best budget that we could. So as far as the format, do you want to guide it, or do you want me to just kind of go down through it, or?
I think
You can just go down through what you've got. We're looking at the same thing you
Okay.
have, so.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard for me to see that small
Yeah, it
print
is.
as well, but I have copies, so hopefully they are.
It's,
Good morning, Misty.
Can he make it bigger?
So as you progress, Corey, I'd like to say that if anybody has a question, please ask at that time. Maybe it's more appropriate than waiting till the end. Is that okay?
Oh, sure, yes.
While it's fresh in our mind. Okay.
Just as a reminder, especially maybe from some of our newer council members, the court service budget is the budget of Judge Drake, Judge Moore, and Judge Horn. Judge Cox has a separate budget with the Superior 3. So in line with prior practice and that of the courts, any court employee that falls under the judicial branch, the courts have asked for a 5% increase in their pay. Each of those individuals are noted, or that pay bump is noted accordingly in the sheet. But the first request where there is a difference from current year is for court reporters, bailiffs, and legal assistants. That bump that I referenced does apply to those, but more importantly, there is a request to increase the hours worked to 40 hours. As you all are aware, over the last couple years, some court staff have worked different hours. There's been multiple conversations and requests to bring the hours worked to a consistent number. So prior to the budget year, I messaged Max and Kim with the information that the courts were wishing to move forward with that, and was asked to include it in the budget. So those figures for each of those respective positions includes that request in salary and the request in hours. So I may pause there to see if you have any questions on that.
Traditionally, we like, as far as a pay raise per hour, we ask that those be held out until we get to the end of, I understand your desire. We will decide on raises once we get the budget basically in place to see how much money we have or don't have that we can put into that.
Sure. Historically, as you know, the courts have taken a position, they want to advocate for their staff, and they believe those are realistic numbers. So I don't want to speak for the judges, but that's the same position this year. The 2 part-time lines, just below the legal assistant lines, you'll see a pretty significant decrease. those are lines that the courts believe should remain in the budget in the event part-time staff are needed at some point. But as you can see over the course of the last few years, that money has not been used. So they did keep a small amount in there in the event that that is needed, and or if a significant need is there, we could ask for a request to get the additional funding. There was an increase in the overtime line, a rather slight increase, but again, just to the demands of the court and the workloads, the judges felt like $38,000 was an appropriate request. Below that is the other 3 legal assistants that is the same as the 3 above. Those were just the positions that were added a few years ago.
Are those the 3 that were not filled until Judge Moore requested that?
We have a current request to fill one of those, and Judge Moore is working with Kim on some revisions to the job description. As we move down, you don't see any changes in a few of the lines until you get to reference books. There is an increase in request for funding for that, and frankly, that's due to the increased cost of the contract for that service. It is for web-based online support for Westlaw and Lexis, also legal research. That contract runs on roughly a 3-year period, so that's where you're seeing the increase there.
Corey, a quick question. Wasn't there someone that you wanted not to have 40 hours?
That would be in my budget.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Thank you, good question, and I'll reference that one when we get to
Thanks.
it.
Corey, backing back up to overtime, do we believe that there would be an increase in the need for overtime if we're going to increase the number of hours for the employees in the courts?
Yes, there is always a chance that we will need overtime, especially for anytime we have a jury trial. So if I look at my next 4 weeks, I have 3 trials that are scheduled that will likely go. Oftentimes those will go past our normal hours. So yes, there's even, my take on it is 40 hours is what's needed just to do our regular weeks. And then when we add trials and other things in, there's oftentimes a need for overtime.
Okay, thank you.
I'm of the same position. I also have 3 trials scheduled for the next month, and I'm in the same boat. So I would echo what Judge Drake had to say regarding that, for sure.
Thank you.
Good to move on? Moving down, the next change that you'll see is a good one, a significant decrease in pauper attorney from $400,000 to $300,000. That's, for lack of a better term, we feel like things have shifted for the better as far as the staffing of the public defender's office and where we're at with year-to-date claims. Again, the judges may be able to reference that better, but we felt comfortable making that reduction to try to help with the request of counsel. Legal services, there is a change there that should be noted. During this budget cycle, Assistant Chief Probation Officer Adam McQueen came before you with a request to transfer $10,000, and that money is being used for interpreter claims. We have historically, thanks to the work of Adam, received a significant amount of grant money from the Supreme Court for interpreter services. We continue to receive that money. We go after it aggressively, but unfortunately there's just been a decrease. So this year we transferred $10,000 in the event that fund ran short, and currently that is paying for interpreter services of all the courts, including Judge Cox. So we only had to make 1 transfer. As we get to his budget, I'll reference a request for 2026. But in essence, that's $7,500 that gives us sort of a fail-safe if we run out of grant funding for interpreter services. Next, slight increase in contractual professional. And I believe that kind of outlines the increases and decreases in the budget. The courts did believe it was important to try to show a reduction in their budget. So based upon 2025 figures, they were able to do that. Unfortunately, they weren't able to probably show you the amount that we had sort of been asked for a target, but we gave it a really good shot. So I'll turn it over to the judges and/or for questions.
Judge Moore, do you have anything to add?
Judge Drake's got the lead on this. I'm not throwing her under the bus.
Well, just to follow up on something that Corey had said, and I think there were some discussions when Judge Moore was over here regarding that fourth position. And just in case not everyone's up on the conversation, our collective discussion was to, again, in an effort to help save money, to just fill one of those positions rather than, I believe, the three that we had previously requested. Again, with the understanding that just one would be funded and not the three, with the thought that we can all work together to have that person float amongst the courts, again, in a cost-saving measure.
So we could take two of those lines off then, that's still on
I
there?
believe that was our discussion and what we had come up with.
Potentially up for grabs. I would, I would rather that we not find ourselves in a position down the road where we would need those, but yeah. I think they're potentially up for grabs, they're not gonna be filled at this point.
So we'll take that into consideration then.
Well, I have a question.
Yeah.
So Corey, this actually kind of relates to you. So the probation staff hours were reduced for this year, but now you're asking the court hours to increase. How will that affect the demand on your staff?
I don't believe it'll affect the demand. As you're all well aware, the court's docket is filled with so many things other than criminal matters. So while probation is exclusive to criminal cases, the courts have civil cases, paternity cases, mortgage foreclosures, things that fall outside the lines of criminal cases. So I appreciate the question. I don't think that there's a direct correlation due to our limitation on criminal cases.
Yeah, and I can follow. I agree with what Corey said. I mean, if you take just my court, so I have criminal, civil, probate, family, collection. Those are sort of the broad categories. And so if you take any given week, maybe 2 of those days, if I'm not in a criminal jury trial, are devoted to criminal matters. So it's not, the probation officers are usually there for those matters, not all of them. So yes, they're under the umbrella, but they're not there the entire time that we're in court.
All right, so now we'll move on to Superior 3, if that's okay, and Judge Cox, I think he'll chime in as well. As we go down the line, you'll see the court reporter, bailiff, and legal assistants increase in line with that of the other judicial employees. To Kathy's question earlier, court reporter number 2, you'll see the line is denoted that position we are requesting to stay at 37.5 hours. Judge Cox is probably best to address that.
So everybody knows Becky Fanning, correct? She's been here since 1978. So I was born in 77, so that makes her 47 years of an employee of Wayne County. She requested 37 and a half hours. She's highly efficient. She does a great work for me. I think she can get what she needs to be done in 37 and a half hours. She could work 40, 45, but I think this is just a simple request just to appreciate an employee who's been valuable to Wayne County for all this time. And we're asking for her just to stay at 37 and a half. She's not going to leave if you say no, but I just thought it might be a grand gesture to her of, I don't know how many people, a lot of you have been here for a very long time, but 47 years, and that's pretty powerful to her commitment, especially to the courts. So that would be my request, just to keep her there.
I have a question
Absolutely.
regarding that, but it's more for the auditor and the HR. Does that create more of a bookkeeping issue for you to have one person, no problem? Because I appreciate what you're saying about all the years she's put in here. I agree with that. It's just want to make sure we're not making a nightmare for somebody else.
Sure, but the issue does become, Kathy, when she does retire, then I would have to probably get with HR and the auditor.
Then that position would move to 40.
Potentially. But right now, that's just my request.
And I
Okay,
think to Misty's point on our hours worked, a significant piece of that was about work-life balance and recognizing the needs of our staff outside and retaining quality staff. This is really the very issue of recognizing what a current capable employee does and recognizing that.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge Cox is showing a slight increase, or decrease, I'm sorry, in the overtime line in his budget. And then as we move on down the line, decrease in office supplies, a decrease in reference books. Last year was his first year on the bench. He said he had to do a lot of training and a lot of learning.
Still do.
I think he's continuing that. But I recall last year, part of that increase was for some new learning that he had to do. Thanks to the work of you all and Kathy Williams, the juror fund or the juror line has been reduced because of the jury fee fund. I failed to mention that during the court services budget. So that's the reduction there. Equally, a reduction in pauper attorney. Don't want to jinx ourselves, but Judge Cox is in a good position there as well. The legal services, that's what I referenced earlier for $10,000. That again is solely for the need for interpreters. Judge Cox can maybe explain a situation that's unique to his court.
Sure. Yeah, just on a couple things. For the public defender going down, I was short a full-time public defender. We were able to hire Rachel Pearson, who's just been a great public defender. She's very efficient. She knows what she's doing. And since I have 2 public defenders, we don't have to appoint outside counsel at an hourly rate or a flat fee rate. So we're saving money there, which is very great. And we do have 2 great public defenders there. Interpreters, I'm not asking for a deduction. And quite frankly, here's why. We're seeing an increase with now the construction on I-70. We do have a lot of foreign nationals that are driving. And since the construction zone tickets now, if you don't know, if you do get one, it's going to cost you about $300 plus court costs. So you get a lot of people who are driving that aren't going to plead guilty, so you're going to have bench trials. And so with the interpreter money, we're going to need it. And so I'm not saying we're going to see an increase on it, but I don't want to reduce it and say, hey, I need more money. I still may have to come back to you with more interpreter money, but that's what we're seeing. So that's why I'm keeping it there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Slight decrease in travel, lodging, and meals, and a similar reduction in lodging for conferences. Again, it was important to Judge Cox to show a reduction in his budget, which he was able to do. Again, probably not fully the amount that you all would like to have seen, but a very good faith effort in showing that. So, questions on his budget?
Any questions?
It's more generic. So what are the security hours for, I'm looking at you because you were the former sheriff. What are the security hours of of our security people at the courthouse? Are they 40 hours?
Yes.
They're 40 hours? And then clerks, the clerk's office, are y'all 40 hours or 37 and a half? 35?
And I believe security gets here as early as 7, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken.
On a 40-hour work schedule.
Okay.
They were. I'm assuming they still are.
They were.
But they cover the building whenever it's open, regardless.
Yeah, if we have a jury trial, they stay till whenever.
Okay.
So that's when they can. Is that overtime, Jeff? If they get overtime, is that? They don't get comp time on that.
Both.
Any additional questions? We'll move on to public defender. I don't know if the judges need to stay or you're welcome to stay as long as you want.
You're excusing us?
If they can, I hope they can. We have 4D court, we have public defenders, we have the jury pay fund if we go over there. So yeah, if we can.
Well, whichever one you want to do next, go for it.
Public defenders is fine. Same as noted earlier, the increase in the personnel lines increase in line with that of the other court employees. Really the only change other than that of significance, really too, is we have requested an overtime line. Earlier this year, I came before you, one of the staff members, there's only two in that staff that qualify for overtime, but one of the staff members worked overtime, and previously there had never been an overtime line. So we added that earlier this year, and so this request for 2026 just falls in line with what we established this year, just again in the event that that's needed. Moving on down, a significant decrease in contractual professional. As we referenced earlier, the Public Defender's Office is staffed up, and the courts have not had to contract with private counsel. So again, a good indication there with a decrease. And then two increases, one in training and education and one in travel. Right before the start of the budget process, the public defenders made a request to meet with the judges just to talk about some of the needs of the office and the professional licensure and need for training of their staff to maintain that. And they made a strong case for the need for quality training. Again, they had always had training money. It was just not a significant amount. So those two lines were increased to reflect that.
I can add a little bit to that if I may. Each attorney has an obligation to maintain 12 hours of continuing legal education. The public defenders typically have relied upon, and I've been in private practice as an appointed counsel, was able to rely upon the Indiana Public Defender Council in Indianapolis to provide training. The unfortunate side effect of that is that the training is regular, it's routine, so it kind of trains the new people coming in. As our public defenders become more seasoned, they need different trainings. So while the trainings are being provided by Indiana Public Defender Council, it doesn't always give the training that they need. So I think that this request for increase in travel and increase in training experience or training funding is designed really to give them the additional training they need, so they're not just repeating classes that are offered by IPDC. So if that makes sense.
I do have another question. Could any of that be paid out of that supplemental public defenders fund? I can't remember what the rules were on that. I apologize.
Yeah, and that fund, and I did not bring the code with me. I know we've had, especially with you, Kathy, there was a lot of discussions about that. But it's to support, it's not to be a continuous funding.
Not to supplant, but could we maybe, since we have such a huge cut to make this year, if you would please look, and if any part of that we could pay for, even if it's part of that, out of that fund, that would be great, but if not, okay, I just happened to think about that, but it's been long enough now, I can't remember what the statute said, what we could use that for, but that would help if we could.
Yeah, I mean, off the top of my head, I don't know that would be an appropriate use of it, because I believe that would be seen as funding the office, which I don't know it's to support sort of the one-off things.
That's fine, I just thought I would ask.
No, I mean, that's a great question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions on that budget?
Glad to see an overall decrease year over year.
Yeah, and I failed to mention that. I have it highlighted at the bottom. Again, the courts worked with the Public Defender's Office on some feedback, and again, best foot forward with that. Could we do 4D court, or does that throw you off track?
It's about 5 tabs down.
4902. All right. Also a fairly simple and straightforward budget. As mentioned earlier, court commissioner and court reporter same increase as for the other judicial employees. Should note here, the court reporter in 4D court, the request is for her position to remain at 37.5. Judge Horn is the judge that directly oversees that court, but I don't know if anybody has any additional explanation. I think mainly just because of the efficiency of the court, the relative small scope of that court, the judge felt comfortable leaving that position at 37.5. And then a similar increase in the incidental benefits, Social Security, retirement, health, relative to the increase in salary.
Questions on for court budget?
If we could, jury pay fund 2503.
No.
So this was the fund referenced earlier where the judges in court services and Superior 3A were able to pull those county general expenses out of their budget thanks to this fund. I believe, again, Kathy Williams worked hard on a few years ago. Earlier this year, in a approval of the courts, we agreed to take this fund on and present the budget moving forward. So really, this is the first budget that we've presented. But the two expenses that are in line with what they currently are for 2025 are two line items, is fees for jurors for Superior 3 and for court services. We put them into two lines because the courts each have fiscal reporting responsibility to the state on the expenditures. So it helps them track their expenses. So again, this was a good thing because we were able to move those expenses out of the county general side.
So at this point in the year, you think you have sufficient funds in that?
I pulled that number. I believe I have it in my stack here somewhere, so don't quote me on it. I believe we have $250,000 or $280,000 in there, and it will continue to increase because of the fee that's collected from court cases. So feel very comfortable about that.
Good.
I believe that hits the budgets for the court except for probation. So hopefully they can stick around for a few more minutes. Ours is pretty easy, but any questions on the court's budgets?
That's good.
So then if we could maybe go back to county general for probation.
Okay.
Go ahead. Okay. So in our budget, probably first worth noting and important, as you're all aware, the probation officers in the state of Indiana and Wayne County are bound by the Indiana probation officer salary schedule. Because of some of the concerns at the state level, the probation officer salary schedule was not increased for 2026. So what you will see on any salary line for probation officers in Wayne County, you will see a slight increase, but that's only because the schedule allows for a bump for longevity. So each of our staff members will go from this step to the next step. So we are requesting an increase in salaries, but the PO salary schedule at the state was flatlined. So we've followed that for years, and the salary request for probation falls in line with that. So anyone that makes $65,000 or over, you'll see the county funding portion is up to that 65,000. Anything above that, the probation officer or the probation user fee fund pays. So as we get down to our clerical staff member, we did request an increase in line with that of the other court employees. For overtime, we requested a decrease. Again, we have very limited lines where we can even consider a decrease. That's one that we wanted to give it a shot at. We do have staff that work overtime, but we try to monitor it closely and only approve that's necessary. Office supplies, we've requested a decrease. Juvenile detention, we've requested a decrease. This is one that I'm just going to be upfront and honest, is extremely difficult to manage. We have some ongoing and recent conversations with the Henry County Detention Center that existed before. They're hoping to reopen at some point in the future, but the per diems that they're discussing are very concerning. They're significant and would come at a tremendous convenience to our law enforcement partners to have a facility so close, but could potentially come at a significant cost. We're now placing kids probably in 8 different facilities all across the state of Indiana. Our average cost is roughly $165 per bed. And on average this year, we've averaged 1.8 kids in detention each and every day. So I offer $140,000. I believe we can manage that. Obviously, there's some things outside the scope of our control. But staff work hard, sometimes frankly too hard, in the middle of the night to find a bed to put a kid that's a community safety concern. But nonetheless, based upon our data and where we are, I feel comfortable with that, but I just want to throw out there's some things that are outside of my control.
Corey, so is, as you know, I'm pretty passionate about this conversation for a lot of reasons. I mean, it goes all the way back to JDAI, which I'm not a fan of, for record. I haven't been a fan of, you know that too. And I think that some of the juvenile issues, adult issues we're having kind of link to some of our issues on the detention side and the lack of that we have now. My question is it, even though you make a referral for a child to be detained, can the police department, if it's in Richmond, can the police department say we're not driving a kid to Jeffersonville? Has that been done?
So I can only control the decisions that we make and the recommendations to lodge that child. I can't force an officer to do what I say.
Right.
Clearly, there are court orders that exist on the transportation of children to the facility by local order that sort of help that cause. Detailed and strong conversations were had throughout this process.
Yeah.
And while I respect your comments on JDAI,
I know.
we have significant data that looks at rearrest of youth. We have significant data that looks at adult offending. And earlier this year, I was one of 5 individuals from the state of Indiana that went to a national conference on emerging adults.
Right.
And it's looking at 18 to 25-year-olds because there's recognition now at the national level that what we know with adolescent brain science and the bad decision that kids make have carried over to that 18 to 25-year-old. So it's cutting edge. Some states are really doing some unique work. But if you look at incarceration rates in the state and nationally for that population, of course you see a significant number of kids or young adults committing those crimes. So it's exciting, but also we've worked closely with Dr. Parker. He has data currently that we're waiting on a report on that will examine our decisions from 2014, 2018, and 2024, because now we have such a big sample size with our youth. So
My main concern is because of some of those decisions we made between YOC, Henry County, I mean, there was some less beds used. So we have less detention centers for our kids, which has now caused us to do the travel time that we're doing. So again, I'm just trying to figure out, understanding the system. If we say, yes, we need to detain a juvenile, if it's an RPD situation, is there any way the sheriff's department could take over? Nope, okay.
No, no.
So Misty,
The
we,
request to detain is made by the law enforcement agency, not by probation. Probation just facilitates the lodging of that juvenile based upon the request of law enforcement. So if RPD requested, it's their responsibility. If Hagerstown requested, it's their responsibility. And that is not something we want to attempt to shift to the sheriff's
And
department.
that local order specifically says the arresting agency has that responsibility. Again, I can't make them do it.
Right.
But thanks to, our law enforcement partners and the need, for the youth that we do detain, the need is great. And it's demonstrated that that's why we're detaining them.
Right.
I mean, it's not that we've not had pushback or problems, but
Right.
our partners have been good. Judge,
well, I mean, Misty, we try to get them as local as we can, but the price is just, obviously we have to budget as well, so.
That's why I'm concerned. I mean, if you're doing a decrease,
Well, again,
I mean, that's my ultimate concern is like, I don't know if we need to do an increase and decrease in this.
well, that'd be great if we could have the additional, but I'm telling you, right when I was appointed, all of a sudden it was just a flood of detentions. And then we didn't have a lot, and then now it's increasing. Obviously, it's the summertime. We're gonna probably see an increase right when the school starts as well. But we're just, the cheapest place is what, Allen County. Henry County's talking, what,
300 plus.
300 plus, but they will offer transportation. So, but again, I understand the cost, but yeah, it could be 170, for next year or not, but hopefully not.
Yeah, I guess my concern is I just don't want us, when I look at a budget,
Yeah.
the things that are required that just for my tunnel here, public safety,
Sure.
is number one.
Sure.
So I feel like that's courts and public safety are number one for me to filter. So,
It seems as a rare occurrence. It seems as a rare occurrence, but when I took the bench, we had one juvenile charged as an adult that created some housing problems as well. So I think it's well recognized that this is an issue.
Yeah.
It was really kind of my immersion into the reality that there are several different locations that children can be housed in, and the expenses to it, and really the logistics that are created as a result of the logistical problems that are created as a result of trying to find places for people to be. So I certainly echo these sentiments and show that there's additional concern, but I do think that there's, at least from my perspective, in such a short period of time, very short window of experience, is that as rare as it is, it's occurring more in the upstairs, at least in my court. So I'm concerned that it's gonna continue in juveniles charged as adults, it's gonna have the same problem.
I'm concerned with that being a decrease. I appreciate it, but with the area that I cover on council, I'm not sure that it warrants a decrease for juvenile detention.
And I appreciate that, Misty, and that's why I made the comments, like, this is my
Appreciate
best faith effort, and think it's manageable, but if I come back, don't run me out the
Surprised.
door. But also, I will assure you, when we do our detention risk assessment and we talk to officers, cost is never, ever a factor. Like, I don't wanna say I don't care about the cost, but if a kid needs to be lodged, I can't control if it's $150 a day or if it's $400 a day, and we put them there, wherever we can, in the best manner and in the safest manner. So,
Thank you.
yeah. But thank you for your concern, I do appreciate it. Travel, lodging, and meals, we've asked for a reduction. Training and education, we've asked for a reduction. On those two, I will note, earlier this year, Adam McQueen came before you with some community corrections grant dollars. Actually, Misty, I think I recall you saying, boy, that's a lot of money for training. Part of that was, we knew we were gonna have an ask for some budget reductions. We knew we had a little bit of grant money this year, so we're cramming in as much training as we can. We always get our hours in, we have state minimums for those hours. But again, in trying to find places that I could show a reduction, we looked anywhere and everywhere that we could, so. A little bit of cost of some of the things we like or some of the things we prefer, we'll still get our training, we'll still get our job done. So, overall, also showed a reduction in the county general probation.
Any other questions for Corey on this? Information?
And then I think our last one is just our probation user fee budget, which pays the portion of all staff salary above 65,000. There's really no change in this other than the figures based upon those corresponding increases in pay. One thing that I do want to note is a probation officer that I worked with Simona last week to add to this budget, which I very much appreciated her adding, so we could talk about it today. That's probation officer 14. That is not a new position. That's a position that has existed thanks to some grant funding that we've received for over 10 years. We've received $816,000 to fund that position up to this point. Funding has been solid. We've not seen any decreases. Unfortunately for 2026 at the state, we were successful in our community corrections grant. Jennifer Romack's here, who's the director. We were successful in our probation JRAC grant from the state, except for just over $9,000. So in order to fully fund that position, I am asking for that additional amount of money to come from PUF. I did not feel comfortable asking for it to come from County General. It's a vital position. Again, $816,000 has been provided for that position up to this point. We just need a little over nine to continue that. So I hope that you respect, we've worked hard to get that money and that position, and we're trying to solve our own problem with a fee-based fund for that little bit of additional funding.
By statute, Corey, we can use that money for that particular purpose.
Yes, no problem at all. And then I should note, I like to quote the staff on this one a bit. Since 2008 to current, we've collected about $3.67 million in probation users fees to offset county general expenses. And then a little bit of a side note, but all the grants that we manage for our department and for the courts that we directly manage, in the last 10 years, we've brought in $6.2 million in grants.
That's good.
Good job. Additional questions for Corey or the judges?
I just want to say thank you. We rarely have all of you all at one time other than Judge Horn's not here. Thank you one and all, and Corey as well as the judges for the job you do. I couldn't do it, but I'm so glad we have good people that do, and they do a great job, so thank you. And especially also for the grant money. My gosh, that's a lot of work, as I know we've worked on, so that's quite a lot of work to get all that and to be successful enough to get that for Wayne County, so I appreciate it, so thank you.
Thank you all.
Good job, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And we got done early, so.
How about that?
I will add, I don't invite anybody to my court. You have a couple hours, and probably don't, but feel free to stop in, watch court, come in, introduce yourself, or see what we're doing. It's your court, so just see you guys there if you can. So.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for your service. So does FICA, we talked about, so if we're increasing hours, right? So there's an increase in FICA, insurance, increase in PERF too.
And that comes out of the
Where
commissioner's
does that
budget.
come out of? The
Commissioner's
commissioner's budget? Okay,
All county employees, it's pooled into that one budget.
okay.
So once we set salary raises and all that, we'll have to calculate, see if they have
Where that's
sufficient.
at. Yeah, at the city, we did it out of the department budget, so it wasn't, just,
It's all in one place.
yeah, so I was just curious overall, if we did one department with increase in hours, what that
The only
total
place that
impact
it's
would be.
not is a few instances where some grants are funding that and we separate that out. But the majority is in the commissioner's budget.
Okay,
And that's set for the employees that we have on our budget, and there's not always all billed. There's
Yeah.
some extra room in there. Okay, thank you.
We take a break. Prosecutor's not here.
Well, we got other people
well,
here.
clerk's
that
here,
can go.
yeah.
Go ahead.
I guess Barry's taking a break.
I guess he is.
You can start without me, I don't care.
But he's gonna take a break. And we all may need to do that sometime.
In a little bit. We've got one. You cannot go to the bathroom till 10:15. It's on the paper.
Everybody
Can we go ahead with Tara?
somewhere retired in here.
Let's go ahead with the clerk since she's here.
Me getting here at 8.
Tara? Madam Clerk? She is not listening.
Let her finish your
Okay.
conversation. Tara, we're
We're
ready.
ready for you. The clerk, that's you. Good morning.
Good morning.
So we just need you to basically highlight if you've got additions or deductions in your budget. Explain those to us.
My main concern is training and conferences. With me moving up to clerk, I have a new person and a supervisor in voter registration. I'd like to take that person to conference with me and my chief deputy at times. So we'd like to increase on conference and training budget for next year in that area, especially with having an election next year. It's really important and we learn a lot at those conferences.
So what line is that in?
That's 33,230. Travel, lodging, and meals, right?
That includes training as well.
Yes, we have two lines. We have that line, we have one line in election under 62 location, and we also have the clerk training. One, two, so we have two separate fundings.
So as an elected official, you can use the elected official training money, right, when she goes to conferences?
I think she can for training, right,
Yeah,
Samantha?
she can, but the thing is, it's also very limited.
Okay.
But it's not for a hotel, right? It's just for the training?
It's for the training and it's very limited. It went very, it's low now, so.
We also have to pay the clerk association fees for those conferences and the hotel fees.
I mean clerk or election?
We're on clerk.
Okay.
Budget 0001.
Cantor was,
So,
see the training.
We skipped over your overtime line where you had 10.5 last year and now you want 16.
With the overtime, with the elections for both, we may need more overtime covering election part. And with the clerk's office, sometimes they have to have overtime with a late filing, court filing. They have to stay later.
Which line item is that?
That is 13640, the overtime in the clerk's budget.
So in 2024, they expended 24,000 in overtime.
Yeah. Guess we'll see what happens.
It was election year.
Yeah, but next year is too.
Yeah,
But
that's
it's-
what I mean.
Yeah, next year's not a general, it's an off year, so it might.
Next year may not be as big as the 2024, but we are looking at there's a possibility of having a bigger primary. So we'll see how that works out.
Yeah,
So right now, we're talking about the clerk's budget, then we need to get into the election budget separate.
so I just have one more question in the clerk's budget. The equipment maintenance service contract, it went up $6,000. Is that just from your vendor,
Yes.
crazy?
Tara, does that include the increase in the maintenance contract that you'd shared with me earlier for the election equipment? There were a couple of outstanding invoices that council was asked to pay this year. And one of those, I believe, would have reduced your payment in '26.
It doesn't lower in 2026. Actually, some of the election goes up 4%.
But is that in this budget? I'm getting
No.
confused. We're in the voter
No.
registration
We're still
budget.
just in clerk.
Budget.
Okay.
So what is this equipment maintenance service contracts cover? What contracts?
It's covering our shelving in the clerk's office, and we're also looking into getting a counter for the money, since we take in so much cash and checks to help us with, we also will get a report from that machine to help with State Board of Accounts. And we also have other, right now, I just kind of lost it. So there's other, but I don't have like all of the contracts right now. I can get those at a later time for you.
If they're gonna buy a money counter, that shouldn't be in the maintenance and service contract line, should it?
Unless they're gonna buy it as a system, as a service, as a maintenance.
Oh, like they're gonna lease it or something? Is that a piece of equipment you're gonna buy, or is it something you're gonna lease?
Right.
The money counter?
And some of that can come out of 4D too. Covered by 4D.
That's just a big increase.
And also with the employees for the clerk's office, I am thinking and looking into reorganizing. But I don't have any details right now, but that's a work in progress.
Can you get us just the actual service contracts that you have and how much they went? How much each one of those went up? Okay. So it looks like the most we've ever spent is 26, and that's 10,000 over that, so. I'd like to know exactly which contracts that you have, okay? And how much
We
they're.
also have our mail machines come out of that contract too.
So on deputy number 9, 11060, there's been $0 expended this year. Is that the position that the auditor's office identified this year that's been unfilled since like 2019?
Yes.
So we can
So
cut
we could,
that.
that's one we could consider.
Which line was that?
11060, deputy number 9.
Let's see.
So she has no one in that line and
That's the one that
has
is.
not asked for that person, is that what we're saying?
Well, that's the position that Debbie had requested that we keep in the budget in case she ever wanted to fill it, but there's not been anyone in there since like 2019.
Correct.
And the auditor's office identified that position several weeks ago.
Should take it out, okay, thank you.
So we need to remove that.
60. Does anybody have any other questions? Do you want to move to the election board budget?
Non-general.
It's still in general.
Yes. Oh, 62.
And remember, we cut everything in there like way back because we had no election last year, and so don't be shocked when you probably see what needs to be in there for this year, huh?
Yeah, no election for 25.
Yeah,
There'll be
for
election
25.
24 or 26.
So is there anything you need to explain to us about that? You think the numbers that you've put in there are gonna cover
I think so, but you never know with elections, so
Yeah.
I may have to come back. It depends
I
on
know.
how everything works.
Well, I mean, if I look at the numbers compared to 2024, would that be different because of the fact it was, so like the
It's a larger-
absentee, okay, because the absentee was 10,000 and 2024 was 15,000. That's what we expended, but we budgeted 10. So, and it's kind of goes down. But in 2023, we expended 4,900.
I kind of compared 2024 with 2022, since 2022 is more the size of next year's election.
Uh-huh. That makes sense.
Okay.
So this was the contractual professional with there's a significant increase in 33,200. Is that due to the voter machines?
Yes.
Is that to purchase voter machines or
That is,
lease those, or what's the deal?
we've purchased those, but we have to keep up our license and our maintenance with those.
So that 50,000 is to cover the license and the maintenance?
And it covers with them coming to train too for both elections and.
I mean, 2023 was 14,000. I mean, that's a huge jump.
Our vendor told me to go up 4% from last time to this time, to next year.
And I think we added machines from 2023. Didn't the Secretary of State's office buy you, or buy the county additional machines in '24?
Yes.
Yeah. In 24, we spent 62,000 in that line. So 50 is probably a good resting place. We'll see what happens. It's always
You also have to include the poll pads too.
oh, mm-hmm.
Licensing. Is it an annual license or is it a?
Using their computers.
Or how much is the licensing fee, do you remember? With machines?
For the machine, we're looking at $14,419.56. For the poll pads, it's $6,750. And then yearly, we have to do 180 plus on that, top of that, $6,750.
So is that yearly, all as?
Does anybody have any other questions?
So
Oh, wait a minute.
the line 33,230 for travel, lodging, and meals, that's for training and all of that, like you referenced in your other budget.
Yes. Take the election, we also take the election board in December conference, election conference.
Yeah.
Would you, sorry,
I'm
would you
sorry.
repeat that, Tara? Who's that?
On
Who's
the,
going to training?
in the election conference in December, we take the election board with us too.
Okay. How many people?
We have a total of 4 that go.
Thank you.
So there's also a $5,000 equipment maintenance and service contracts in 33,670. It looks like it's never had anything before, so what's that line for?
Not sure why we have that one, because everything else should come out of that contract.
I think maybe someone actually made a mistake putting it in the computer possibly, because the one above it's 5,000. And because it's always had a 0, so I think we need to take that out. 33,670.
Or is the one that says others, should that be equipment, maintenance, and service something?
No, because she's got her contract stuff in.
Oh, she's got it on
Yeah.
up farther, okay.
Yeah, I think it's just, because that one, other equipment has been budgeted in past years for 5,000.
Then
But
what's the line that says outside, what is that?
yeah, we can't see the outside services.
outside services.
But our outside
okay.
services, yeah.
It's 33,680. Just says outside. On mine, it just says outside.
Click
Maybe
on
it
it,
says
you'll see
outside services
services.
for $1,000.
It may be just,
It's a
that's probably for like if we do our covers for like iPads or outside
Spent considerably
services.
less than
That's
that.
not with the,
Last few years.
Don't you have to rent a truck sometimes and things like
no,
that?
we have to
Yeah.
rent trucks.
Yeah, if that's where that comes from. Looks like it.
We have to hire, sometimes we have to hire people to help us set up the vote centers too with the truck.
Okay, if you could just get us more clarification on the clerk's budget on your service contracts, that would help us a lot. You can just email it to us. Any other questions? The clerk while she's here? All right, thank you, Tara.
Thank you.
We are ready for the prosecutor and the 4D office.
Good morning.
Morning.
Mike is just gonna try to let me get through this. We'll see.
Supervising.
He's
I'll stand behind her.
Yeah, it's your last time.
Actually, I will. I'll just make something out of it.
There you go.
Lindsay's.
Oh my gosh, look how short she is. Don't realize it until he's standing there. I'm with you, I'm your same
No,
height.
he's just super tall. He's just really tall.
Good morning, Ashley.
You got in this.
We'll check that.
Yeah.
That'll answer your question. Okay, we ready?
Yay!
All right.
It's across the bottom and right.
Jeff, the email that we sent, did that go to all council members with the
Should have,
explanation of things? Yeah, so one thing I would point out that we requested was just a name change on a line item. And I know that's not really dollar related, but if this is, it seems like the appropriate time for us to get that updated. We did put that note. Email, and this is 22,470 reference books. We are just requesting that that be updated to say reference materials. I think that's just more in line with making sure we're in compliance with using the right line item for the right things. And a lot of our research materials are electronic or available in other forms, so easy change on that one. The only real increase that we asked for this year was in 33,240 for our cell phone bill. The amount went up. We brought Austin McNew on. I believe that's where that extra phone came from. Austin's a little bit unique with his injury that he does all of his work pretty much from a cell phone. He's not using his desk phone when he's on call. Obviously, that's got to be with him at all times, so it's important for him to have that. So that increase is just to cover the amount of that additional phone on our plan. There was one small change on one of the salary line items that I think was probably just a typo. It didn't get caught last year, and that's Nicole Barley's line item. That would be 11291. Her salary number was off just a little bit, so we've corrected that to accurately reflect what all the deputies make.
Actually, Mike, are y'all's hours, what are the hours of your staff in your office? Are they 37 and a half? Are they 40?
They're 40, yeah, 7:30 to 4:30 with an hour lunch.
Okay. Only reason I'm asking is because the courts are asking for an increase. I'm just trying to get a feel where everybody is at the courthouse.
And then the last thing we should probably discuss is that 13,480 account, the intern line, and I know there's been some confusion with that over the last few years. That was originally awarded to pay 4 positions out of one line item. and we've been asked to split those up so that each employee that is in one of those line items has their own line. So we put some notes in on the budget under 13,480 that you'll see that. And I believe the request from the auditor's office was that we have 2 of those positions filled right now. So we would have 13,480 and 13,490. At this point, we currently have authorization for the other ones, but they are not filled. And that's because things are kind of in limbo. And we don't know what's going to happen with this budget process. And the last thing we want to do is bring in a law student thinking that they're going to stay with us and be employed through graduation and take the time to train them to lose that position. So we've kind of held off on that, and I explained that in the email to Jeff. But the change we are requesting, we want to go from 4 positions down to 3 anyways, because one of those positions is filled by Teresa McNew, who is Austin's mom. And that is twofold. One, it's an ADA accommodation for Austin. She accompanies him to court. She opens doors for him, tends to medical needs throughout the day, and assists him in the courtroom and in our office. But she also has now been trained to do secretarial work. So she is helping with our discovery process. She is an excellent employee. Right now, she gets paid for 20 hours a week. She's there far more than that because she has to be for Austin. So to us, it would make much more sense to bump her up to 29 hours and forego one of those other positions, which is still a savings overall in the number of hours that we're paying out, but it also helps us out quite a bit.
So what line is she?
She is 13,480. So we would request that one specifically would be 25 an hour for 29 hours a week. So the yearly total on that would be 37,700.
So in this budget sheet,
This
that's
one.
13,490.
Oh, yeah, okay, thank you.
She's number 13,490 in here.
Okay, I thought we had her at 480 and Mia Richardson at 490. Maybe that's flip-flop.
They might be flip-flopped. Okay. So then you do have money in here on the 13,500 one, but you don't have anyone in that 3rd part-time position.
Correct.
Is that just in case you do?
Well, that's when we sent the email to Jeff to go to council back in May, it was, hey, we'd like to fill this. We would love to have
Yeah.
another person in here, but
That was under my advice to them, just to
Yeah.
put it at this point till we had an
Okay.
opportunity to talk about it.
Because I know we created 4 line items because it would just be easier in case we add one during the year.
so we've been hesitant to fill that until we get through this process.
Okay.
So that is ultimately
Do you need that other person, like, you need to hire them?
we could certainly use it.
Okay,
So that's where the overall number for those 3 positions comes out to 89,700
Okay.
in our 2026 budget. And that would be for Teresa at 29 hours and the other 2 at 20 hours.
Okay.
And then eliminate the 4th position. But if those are separated out, Teresa would be 37,700 and the other 2 would be 26,000.
okay.
So on here, it looks like it's a new position, but it isn't.
It's been funded by council for the last several years, and that started when the death penalty case was originated.
We just created 4 separate line items a few months ago to make it easier for payroll and.
Okay.
So that all equals what we had in their report. That's what you just said, right?
89,700 for those 3 positions.
Gotcha. Do you have anything else that you need to explain?
The only other thing I would point out is, hopefully you saw the note on the victim assistance coordinator, there was an unfunded line in the 4D budget. We put a note in that it was not a 4D position, that shouldn't be there.
So it seems like every year, not you, but we end up having issues with the victims assistant coordinator because we miss part of it, because originally a few years back, that was in council's budget. And then when Bob Chamness or whoever would say, hey, we need the money, we move it, or something happened. So I want to make sure we get it right this year. So you have part of it, and then the rest of that is the money that we get back from the state that's in that fund, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay,
That's correct.
thank you. I just want to get it right this time. Not that you guys are doing it wrong. Thank you.
And then on the line later on in our budget, 10929, Victim Assistance Coordinator, there's a note in there with the proper line item that should be paid out of, that we made for you.
So it's in the prosecutor's budget, not the 4D?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha.
The only other thing that we would mention this year is the infraction deferral program budget. And that's always a guess of the number. We've been asked to put a number in, so we've included 4,000. It's always possible that we bring in more than that. So my understanding is we look at that as, hey, if we bring in more than that and want to spend more than that, we would just come over here and talk to you and make sure that's all squared away before we do it.
What line item is that?
That is 33,800.
Is that in 4D?
No, it's a separate fund, 7102 infraction deferral program.
We don't have that.
It's in the non-general
It's in the
fund.
non-general
Oh,
fund.
okay, it's not on their budget.
So Mike, your salaries come from the state then?
Mine?
Yeah.
Yeah, both of ours, for the
So
majority
both
of
of
it,
you-
yes.
When did that change? Has it always been that way?
It's always been that way.
Has it?
County only, yeah, county has so much that they supplement, have for years, but most of it comes from the state.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Great job,
Okay.
Mrs.
Thank you.
Deputy Prosecutor, Chief Deputy Prosecutor.
Thank you.
Good job, Mike, standing there.
Thanks, Mike, for your
I was like,
input.
Mike, she outshined you.
Good morning.
Hi, in the remaining 2 minutes, I've brought Hope Bryce with me today too. She's was the part-time deputy prosecutor that was added last year. And I'll just start by saying just some good things that are happening. Hope and I were asked to speak at the Indiana Prosecuting Attorneys Council Conference this year. They invited us to be a presentation of the speaking, so that's really good things. Our numbers in child support are really going up. Matter of fact, we had a real good shot at making all the 4 areas go green this year. That's a real possibility. It's kind of exciting. We're trying to use the resources we have. We recently had a vacancy and we waited for a couple months to fill it because we wanted to make sure we got the right person in there with what we're trying to build. And we had more applications than we ever had. And that included people who didn't apply but came to me and said, hey, I'm thinking about putting my application in. And it's like, I had to turn down a lot of qualified people because I'm looking for the qualifications, but also the fit in the office with what we're trying to build. So if you noticed, what we submitted was just I think from the general fund, it's just the same numbers as we used last year that would go along with the same numbers from the incentive funds to kind of fill in the gaps. I've been working with Jeff too, and I think with understanding Max is looking at it as well, Max Smith, is how to use those 4D funds. And we're thinking about the different ways, the different positions that might. Right now, I'm using my time to research to make sure we get the right person. So I didn't include any of that yet because I want to make sure I find the right person to fit in with the system that we have. I'm trying to use the resources we have right now because we have a system in place now that seems to be working. We're still working out kinks, but it seems to be working. And so that's why I've submitted the budget that's the same as it was the last time. And I have, if anyone wants to know this, I have the most recent that I'm aware of as of March 31st, the amount of incentive funds that are in 8897 as well as 8895. But roughly the 2 of those together, which our office would have access for, is about 470,000 is still in those incentive funds. And so we're really looking to be innovative in the way that we use those. And also, the number right now, the last we had for 2024, by our standards, what we had, because incentive funds increase or decrease depending on our performance measures. And so last year, and I think was indicative of the prior years as well, it was about 80,000 a year that were coming in access added to those incentive funds based upon our performance levels. I expect with our increased performance levels, those numbers are going to increase, but you don't know until you actually get the final numbers what those are going to be added to. So there's just a lot of balls I'm trying to keep in the air right now, but it seems to be working out well. Number one priority with those incentive funds too is to make sure it doesn't show on the general fund list. You won't see Hope Rice's position because her entire position, we were trying to find out whether that work was paid out of incentive funds. And so I would ask, make sure that stays, right? Because it's really been a great addition to our office. Just ask anybody. Like I said, even at the state level, she's made a difference already. So I expect to come back and ask how to use incentive funds for different positions, but right now I haven't asked for that because I haven't found the right fit for it. So that's why we submitted what we submitted.
See, Lonnie has worked really hard on this, and we've been talking back and forth, and Max as well. And I appreciate him wanting to get the right person to put in that position so we can start moving forward and using some of these funds, some of the great ideas he's come up with, so.
Yeah, and we were all made aware of like your ideas. I think there were 3 different scenarios and they sound really good. So that's amazing that you're gonna be able to do some of that.
It's a lot of information gathering.
It is. Yeah, we appreciate it.
But that's one of those things that also that Hope has brought around, but her being able to cover court for me more has enabled me to look at the big picture more and look at all the different options that are available. So I haven't been so neck deep in the court work that I can actually look outside and try to figure out, be creative on what works. And so far it seems to be working pretty well. So.
Congratulations on your statistics and
Yeah.
being asked to speak. That's important. Thank you.
I want to point out, and I am so thankful for my boss, Mike Shipman, but he's never been asked to speak at the IPAC conference.
I've never even been asked to serve on a committee.
Keep up the thank you, Lonnie. Thank you.
You're focused on Wayne County safety.
Yeah. Hey, one thing I would add is Hope is from our intern pipeline program.
Oh, good.
So.
That's
Congratulations.
awesome.
She resides in Henry County and worked for Judge Drake through a grant and then came back and worked for us her last year of law school and then we were able to hire her on. So the benefit of keeping those interns around.
Yeah, that's a great way to get people here, because for a long time it was so hard, we just couldn't find, I know Mike struggled to find people, so that's great.
Any other questions then for?
That answer, and he said,
Thank you guys so much.
thank you for being here. All right, Mr. Gary Callahan, Township Assessor.
Did you jump over the corner?
Now you're going past corner.
Oh, I did. I marked him off for some reason. We'll just do Gary real quick. It's not very long.
Okay.
It's not very long.
I'm used to getting marked off.
Good morning.
Good morning. Our budget's pretty much the same. I think we just had two differences. I had 2 vacancies a couple months ago, probably at our last meeting. Those both have been filled. And we did convert 1092 into a part-time, and we've changed that line item to 13490.
Okay.
And then my salary, I think, is the only other change on there where the last 2 years I've missed the increase for elected official. So we've corrected that on there as well.
Yes. And we've talked about that previously.
Do we have all of the elected officials up now that we missed Gary last year, but do we have all the rest of them? Anybody's ever looked to make sure the full-time surveyor is not and the coroner is not, but the coroner is listed as part-time, is that?
Yes.
Okay,
I
thank you.
think the number that's put in here is not the elected official number that we have, though. I think it's, you can look on somewhere else.
The level 3, I think, incentive, I believe those are added
Oh,
together.
you added to it.
Yeah.
I see that. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in this note here. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Does anybody have any more questions for Gary? He's been great to work with. Him and Tim Smith make a great team and helped with the tax abatements and all that kind of stuff this year. They got it all together.
And we appreciate your work on the tax abatement that's outside of your township. Thank you.
Yeah. Got a couple odd
Figured-
situations with
I
them.
figured I'm doing mine, I have the most of them, but Tim's got a few, so I just do them all. Make it easier.
That's right.
Thanks, Gary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go back to the coroner.
Well, thank you for having me here today. Real quickly, in case any of you ever have any questions, I actually have a business card. I know some of you would love to have.
Thank
If you
you.
want to call and yell, you're allowed to. If you want to call and say good things, you're allowed to. Thank you.
Thanks, Brett.
Thank you.
Thank you,
enough. I
sir.
think I'm gonna have
Thank you.
enough.
Yay, good
You
job.
two can fight over this one. And I was happy to know that I did have a part-time position. Based on the hours, they want to discuss that. But thank you for having me here. This is the first time that I've been able to work with Wayne County government on the budget. I have done some other governmental budgets before, so it's a learning curve for me. And I might be a little outside of the box on some things, but I am more than happy to explain some things and also tell you why we made some changes. So wherever you would like to start.
Start right at the top.
Let's start at the top. I am one of the, I think one of two department heads that are not making the standard pay of, I guess, which will be $87,765. Apparently, this job has been viewed as a part-time job, and honestly, it probably has been a part-time job in the past. Before I took this position, many people said, you know, we want to change the image of the coroner's office, and we want to do what's right. And doing what's right is working quite a few hours. And it's truly a full-time job. Currently, I have 7 people on my staff. I have 5 investigators, a chief, deputy, and myself. And not only do I spend a minimum of 3 days in the office a week, I still take 24 to 36 hours of on-call rotation. I don't believe that I should do any less than any of my staff. We in the past have lost a couple investigators, so we have a pretty full plate. And on top of that, I'll be honest with you, we're setting some new records on our deaths. We have had 250 deaths in the first 6 months. And just real quickly, because I know I don't have a lot of time, I should tell you this. We've had 202 natural deaths, 34 accidental deaths, 1 homicide, 9 suicides, and 10 unknown to date. That's a lot. We've also done 50 autopsies in the first 6 months. We're currently at $15,000 or $1,500 an autopsy, which while we left the autopsy, well, I'll get to that in a minute. But let me talk about it now. Why we left the autopsy budget at 95, if I follow the data, it really needs to be changed to 150,000. And the other thing is that we're going to definitely have a shortfall this year because we paid a last year's bill that came in late and it was taken out of this year's budget. You're obligated by state statute to pay for any autopsy, so I'll let you view it however you would like. But your autopsy cost, based on our data, is going to be about 150,000 a year, which is an increase from 95,000. And again, the reason on line item 1, the raise is because it truly is a full-time job. I'm probably doing about 70, 75 hours a week, and am hoping that it's recognized that in order to have the professional office and do the things that are needed to do and protect the citizens of Wayne County as well as the decedents and their families, this should be a full-time job. The chief deputy had a little bit of a raise. Currently, my chief deputy spends a minimum of 24 hours a week. Plus, he also takes 8 to 10, 12-hour shifts a month. The amount of paperwork we have now has really changed over the years. We're doing all the SUDI, sudden infant death, reenactment and valuations and paperwork, as well as all the other paperwork that's required. I will say on top of that, we have realized that some of the past records have not been caught up and should be. We have a lot of work to do there, and all my deputies, as well as my chief deputy and myself, are working on those as we can.
Hey Brent, I have a question
Yes,
for you
ma'am.
on the autopsies. I know the law changed, there was legislation that went through earlier this year about who pays for the autopsies. And can you clarify that? I can't remember if the person is in your county and you send them, but they belong to another county. Can you clarify that?
There is a new law, so anybody in our county we're responsible for.
Okay.
If a person is in this county, but they get flown to another county and pass away, if it's in Indiana County, I'm obligated to pay half of that, but only if the organization on the other end requests that. If they don't request it, I don't have to pay half of that. For Ohio, I don't have an answer yet from the Coroners Association on whether I'm responsible to pay half of that. And most all our bodies that are flown either go to Methodist Hospital, St. Vincent's, or they go to Miami Valley Trauma Center. But because we crossed the lines, they're researching that, but I don't have an answer yet.
So if someone is deceased in Wayne County, but they are a Henry County resident,
That's still, if they're deceased in Wayne County, that's my responsibility.
okay.
I will say, I don't know why it would happen, but if somebody was in another county and they ended up in my county and died, that I would reference the other county for half of the autopsy money.
I know that changed and there was big discussion about it because a lot of them were paying for people that weren't theirs or something.
Right.
So I couldn't remember how that law went. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, thank you. And I did ask for a raise for my deputy coroners. My deputy coroners, I have 5. This is the first time in years that we've had full staff. We had interviews that were overflowing. We interviewed over 25 people that wanted to come to work for the coroner's office. And we, again, had to turn away good people, but we have a staff that's motivated, that's willing to do the 50, 60 hours of education a year. They're very professional, thanks to the council for helping us with our uniforms and things, but these people work a lot of hours. And just because they're on, to give you a quick example, if we get a call that it's a death of Reed, it's gonna be a minimum of 3 hours for that person to process that, do the paperwork, order the medical records, review all of that. If it's a death on the scene and we determine it doesn't need an autopsy and it's gonna go to a funeral home, it's about a 5-hour investigation or more. Again, we have to order medical records, EMS records. There's just a lot of records we have to order and we have to review.
Here's a question on that.
Yes,
Patient dies at Reed under doctor's care.
yes.
We're still doing paperwork?
If we get a call because it was a death within 3 days of admittance, it's going to be a coroner's case. If it's longer than that and the physician is willing to sign the death certificate, then that's fine. If they're not willing to sign the death certificate, it becomes a coroner's case. That's a good question.
Brent, how'd you come up with the figure of 87,765?
I was told that's the same figure that the rest of the directors get at Wayne County. And I was mine, and I think another gentleman was not up to there. And I will say, I know that the organization is not reactive. I know the governor has put out mandates. We need to cut, we need to pay attention. But I hope you recognize that probably the coroner's office has been a little bit neglected, maybe based on what they've done in the past. But for what we're doing now, I believe that that's where we need to be. And I do know that that's going against what the governor would like us to do. But I believe if we can get the coroner's office where we need to get, that we won't have the pitfalls or we won't be behind in the game and moving forward, you'll have a much better idea of what it costs to run the coroner's office.
If the coroner's position was full-time, would there be a need for 5 deputy positions?
I believe there would, because right now, there are approximately 20% of the calls that require more than 1 deputy to go. Either, we try to always send 2 deputies when there's a fatality on the interstate. Not to make anybody upset, but we got a lot of bodies where people have been dead 1 or 2 months, which requires hazmat and all sorts of stuff like that. People who are big, Indiana, we have a lot of people who are obese, and it takes more than 1 person to help move them. And luckily, we have fire department that's willing to help, and we have our power cots, which is saving us a great amount. But there's many times, just like yesterday, we had 2 deputies on a case for about 8 hours. We had to take the date, and there's a lot of investigation, working with the police and stuff. So, yes, I believe we've already reduced, and I just don't think at this time we can reduce anymore. I'm more than happy to look at that down the road, but based on our current data and where we're going, I would ask against that.
I think in fairness, the number of deputies were reduced because in cooperation with the previous coroner, council took that salary line item and dispersed amongst
Sure.
the other 4 deputies.
And I appreciate that. But I would like to get them up just a little bit more, based on what we asked them to do.
Are they paid hourly or on a W-9
Just
or?
paid on they're just paid on a 1099, right? No taxes, they're a 1099, is that right? Or no, wait a minute,
They're basically a
they get so much money every 2
Payroll?
weeks, yes.
Their payroll. So they're not a 1099? No. So
No,
they
that's-
turn in hourly hours?
No, they're paid by the day because they're a salary.
It's like a per diem stipend? Okay.
So much every 2 weeks. I think it remains the same.
So you said you had 250 deaths thus far this year. How's
We had
that,
250 deaths thus far this year, and we've done 50 autopsies.
how's that compare to last year at this time?
It's up. It's up, and I think it's up because of overdoses.
Is it up one or is it up 100 or what?
Looks like it's up about 30.
Okay.
We cannot get, I'll be honest with you, we're unable to get accurate numbers without sitting down for several hours because the previous coroner created a run number for every phone call that came in. It didn't even have to be a death or anything like that. We create a run number when we have an actual death. And we probably receive 100 phone calls a week. We have a lot of phone calls that deal with past deaths, even 10 or 15 years and things like that. So we are creating a number for every actual death, and we've had 6 deaths in July so far, or a little more than 6 deaths, but we've had 6 autopsies added to that 50 so far for the month of July.
So for an autopsy, you take the body to Dayton for that? Do you pick them up or is that the responsibility of somebody else?
We do not pick them up unless we have families that doesn't want to come forward or claim them or anything like that. The funeral home, we stay in contact with the funeral home through a courtesy and make sure they know when the body can be picked up. But the ones that don't get picked up, we bring back and put in our cooler, and we only have a short period of time because we don't want to be charged by Montgomery County to keep that body. So we have to stay close to that.
I think too that, last I heard from Drug Free Wayne County Partnership, that Wayne County was, I want to say 91 out of 92 worse for opioid overdoses. I don't know if that's gotten any better, so that obviously is leading to what you're seeing.
Real quick, we also have cases where people are smuggling opiates into the hospital and get them to their patient, their friend, and then they end up with that also.
Brent,
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate the passion you and your deputy are bringing to this position. A couple of things I had questions for so it was 250 deaths, 202 natural, is that what you said?
202 natural,
And then 1 homicide.
1 homicide, 34 accidental, 9 suicides, and 10 unknown at this point.
So if I look at those numbers, if it's 40, so if I add up to that 48, but you've had 50 autopsies so far, so basically everybody you're requiring or you're expecting to have an autopsy?
No, here's a good example.
That's almost, that's 50.
We do not expect everybody to get an autopsy. Your suicides are going to get an autopsy, your homicide's going to get an autopsy, your unknown's going to get an autopsy, your accidentals are most likely going to get an autopsy. I'll give you, this is hypothetical, but if we had someone that was running farm equipment and they had an accident and it was obvious they died because of the farm accident, we still need an autopsy because we don't know if there was any toxicology information, if they were operating while on duty and under the influence. There's always the insurance thing that, we have to consider when we make these rulings for an autopsy. And we have had some natural deaths that we believe is natural, but it's questionable enough that they get an autopsy.
So is that at the request of the family or are you just making that judgment?
This is all done at the request of the coroner's office. If we do not believe we need an autopsy, but the family requests an autopsy, the family has to pay for that autopsy, not the county. We're only autopsying those who are questionable in one way or the other.
So what's the current charge for an autopsy?
$1,500 a piece. And I will tell you that we're using one of the top 10 forensic laboratories in the United States. If you recall, several years ago, we might have had a problem with the case and some testifying of pathologists. We're using only forensic pathologists who are trained, willing to testify on our behalf representing Wayne County at any time.
You have to remember that a death investigation is one of the highest priorities in investigation that you have. Unfortunately, due to some legalities, like he just stated, you have to make sure that you have covered everything, especially toxicology and the cause and manner and mechanism of death. Or it could put the county in a liability situation as well as the coroner and the investigators and everybody else that's involved in it.
Now, last thing I'll say about autopsies is, we have now created some pretty big partnerships with the city police, county, sheriff's office. We've made a lot of changes, and we don't take any of that lightly. There's a discussion made, and all parties are involved. Police are involved with us during the investigation, and we talk about what we think is best, so.
And then my other question was under other equipment. This is ridiculous. And I'm sure you and I will do some follow-up since I'm assigned to your office on some of these items. But so you want an additional 4-bay body cooler, and then you want an additional power cot too?
Yeah, well, if I finish my first page, we left office supplies and gas the same. So I'll put that off to the side, because unfortunately I have a couple other changes to make. Uniforms we're leaving the same. Field supplies, I'm going to have to request that goes from $7,000 to $12,000. We just purchased 250 more body bags. Dylan, what was the cost?
$5,400 after shipping.
$5,400.
That was just for 250.
And that was for 250.
My recommendation is we don't make any increases in the 26 proposed request at this point. If the cost goes up in 26, we can look at additional appropriations at that point.
Okay.
To add to what's been submitted in a 26 request would be contrary to us making any necessary cuts to achieve the loss. And
But it's good to be made aware that that's gonna go up. It has to go up. It won't
potentially,
work.
but any of those line items
Yeah.
could go up.
But they could be maybe done with a transfer.
Correct.
And when I added those in there, I was very aware that might be what comes up. I just didn't want to not tell you where I thought we were going to be based on some new numbers. And you go, Brent, you said 75,000 for this, and we're at 250,000. So I'm certainly okay with coming in and asking for money if I need it. But I wanted to try to paint the best picture, and a couple things changed. And again, the only other thing I changed was equipment maintenance from 2,000 to 3,000, because we have power cots now that have to be maintained. And the cooler that we currently have has never been serviced, and it's now been serviced. And we have a contractor that carries an extra cooler compressor at his station in case one of our compressors go down, because we certainly don't want to have a cooler that's not working correctly for a long period of time.
Brett, didn't the law just change also on how long you can keep a body? I thought there was discussion on that.
I'll be honest with you, we would like to keep a body no longer than 30 days. But the trend that we have seen, and I just want to make you aware, is people are not claiming their bodies. And hypothetically, the family member says, I don't care that my dad died in jail. He treated me bad. He beat me. I want nothing to do with him. No, not going to do anything, walking away. I currently have 7 cremation bodies at my office that nobody will claim, that we are working one more time to try to get someone to claim them. And if not, hopefully through donations, I'm going to have a public burial for those, because nobody needs to spend their life in the back of my closet. They need to be properly buried.
So how long are we required to hold the body before we make a decision?
As 30 to 60 days, 60 days the most, but as soon as they become what we consider biohazard,
Well, I mean, but I'm saying legally, what are we required?
legally, we can keep a body until we find someone to claim it or they become a biohazard.
But
So,
what's the minimum time you have to
Right.
keep a body?
30 days, right? You know, it's still 30 days, 30 to,
There's some discrepancies with that because it has to do with the funeral. What she's talking about, I think that's the direction of the funeral, not necessarily the court,
yeah.
if I understand it correctly.
we can check legally. We'll double check.
So thank you for all the questions. The last three things, I put the other A, other B, other C, and I just want 30 seconds to explain it. I probably never talked more than 30 seconds in my life, but we have always had 3 transfer vehicles in the coroner's office. We can transfer bodies, because many times we're out 2 vehicles at a time and a third one possibly coming in or covering the other part of the county. We were asked if we wanted to sell one this year with the thought that we would buy another vehicle for transporting, and we said yes. Currently, I have a 10-year-old Tahoe, which I appreciate having. It's very handy, respond a lot in it, but it's not a vehicle we can transport in. So we need to replace that third van that's already been sold with another vehicle. And it's roughly for a 2025 government spec truck, just like what we have, it's approximately 70,000. 50,000 under B has to do with the power cot. You're asking, why do we need that third power cot? That third power cot goes into the new third vehicle that we're trying to get that we can transport. And we're off a little bit on what it costs to get it retrofitted because I forgot to put the shell on the back and some other things, but I'll try to be creative there. And we, like the sheriff's department or anybody else, we really need a vehicle to do our job. When you look at this budget, you're going, well, you're asking for a lot of money, and we are. I think after this, I think we'll be in a much better place to maintain the coroner's office. We also have a 2014 van. Vans are not the best way to go in the coroner's office because of hazmat and smells, but we are making it work. We're keeping it up to date on service, and we plan on continuing to use it with no date in the next 4 or 5 years to replace it.
So how many total vehicles do you have now?
We have 2 transporting vehicles, and I have a vehicle that the sheriff's department lent me.
So you have 3 total vehicles.
And we will turn the sheriff's vehicle back in because we can't transport with it.
So you're wanting, you still just want 3 vehicles, but all 3 to transport.
That's correct. And the last thing on the coolers, I do have good news. We're gonna need another 4-bay cooler at some time, but I don't know where we're gonna put it or how we're gonna do it. I was asked by commissioners just to put it in there, knowing that it may or may not happen, but I can reduce the price from 30,000, which I asked, down to 18,000. There's many questions on, is the coroner's office gonna move in 26 or 27? So we're making it work currently, and I have a plan B if our coolers become overflow with a couple of the funeral homes. So we're making it work, and we're trying to keep our coolers as empty as quickly as we can.
Is your cooler full now?
No, our cooler has 2 bodies in it. And are there any other questions?
What's the average number of bodies that you have? Just an average. You have 2 today, but what's,
You mean to pick up on a call?
I mean to have in a cooler?
2 to 3? 2 to 3 can happen. 4 can happen in one day. I mean, it's happened. And again, you know, I'll tell you where we run into a lot of problem is when we have people from out of state. or from out of our county gets killed in an automobile accident or some other accident, and we may get an autopsy and then they end up coming back to us if we can't locate family or things like that. We've had a pretty good luck with our Facebook posts and our coroner posts of getting people to finally come forward.
So you're gonna be short on autopsy funds pretty soon, is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. I am gonna be the rest of this year, and that's only because we paid some of 2025s out of the 2026 budget. Discussion was go ahead and do it. Excuse me, the 2024 budget, we got a late bill in 25. And so we decided with the discussion with some of the council members that just go ahead and pay it out of our 2025 budget. So we're definitely gonna have a shortfall there. And we'll be coming back towards the end of the year asking for more money.
That bill that was carried forward, how large was that?
I think it was 15.
We had three outstanding bills. One was like 12,000 and some, and then the other were several hundred, I think maybe close to 1,000 because they had one item.
I actually think it was close to $20,000 total.
They took it.
So, and even if we didn't have that, if the data continues down the track that it should, unfortunately, we're gonna probably need some help.
Why has your cell phone gone up so much?
Well, because we don't have any way of communicating. Not everybody had a cell phone. Every one of our investigators is charged with investigating their own case, taking their own pictures, writing their own report, and people were using personal cell phones and things like that, and that's not legal, because then if someone uses their personal cell phone, those phones can be subpoenaed for anything. So every investigator has a phone.
Well, looking at what you've already spent, you're gonna go over what you're even putting in for next year, so I don't,
Why did we go up a little bit?
well, no, you've already spent 2,500 this year and you only put 4,500 for next year's whole year.
Because
Cell phones.
some of that had to do with purchasing the new phones and the new system and everything like that. We figured our bill and we'll be absolutely fine on cell phones.
Okay.
I think it was in maybe 24, we eliminated the cameras from the coroner's budget because they went to using the phones for photographs.
Okay.
And those, just so you know, those pictures are downloaded into our reports and then those pictures are destroyed off of the phone.
So the cooler, the power cot, and the vehicle, number one, the vehicle goes through our fleet committee, and those are things that shouldn't be in your budget because they're one-time purchases.
I was just sharing,
We need to know what they are.
I was just sharing information with you, that's why I just added those
But
three.
I'm just saying, they don't need to bump your budget up that much because of their one-time purchases.
We have a line item in our budget for one-time capital purchases that those would come.
Which you did for the power costs last year.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No, but are you saying you want to move that 150,000 out of this budget?
Well, it shouldn't be in this budget. We can do that during our talks, but yeah, those things aren't actually
on-
budget items.
Based on one of the invoices, Brent, that you had a few weeks ago, should we create a separate line item in this budget? And it would come out of autopsies, but obviously we're gonna be short there. Did you have an invoice for cremation?
Yes, we're going to be getting an invoice for cremation. We had a funeral home that helped us out. We'll get a reduced price, but we still have to go through a funeral home as part of the law to get the cremation done. We grant the cremation. But I anticipate, because I'm having good luck with some of the trustees wanting to donate, give money, and bad luck with some of the other trustees. Unfortunately, the trustee that covers the biggest area, we're having some discrepancies with, so, yes.
So at some point, we should probably consider creating a separate line item for cremation.
Probably, because it's not really an autopsy. Are you paying that out of your autopsy line, or have you had to pay that before?
We haven't got that bill yet, but I'm planning on paying it out of my autopsy.
Some of us
Closest thing I
did
can
talk
do to
about
work.
that.
Yeah.
Said that would be a way it could be covered immediately.
And we go to every trustee in every part to try to get the money we need to do that. And funeral homes will help us with that, but, some of the money the trustees are paying are $500 or $600 less than the Medicaid payment. We try to find if they're on Medicaid to get that money taken care of so we don't have a cost for that, but we're still running into a problem.
So, how much would you need for next year, do you think, for cremation? Just say you had 5 of them or something.
I would hope, honestly, that because we're getting them at pretty much cost, I would say $2,000
Okay.
would most likely get us to where we want to get. And I will tell you that's way below the bare minimum.
Ultimately, trustee is responsible for the burial. It's a pauper burial, not anything fancy, it's just a pauper burial. But ultimately, by law, unless they've changed the law in the last few years, the trustee is liable for that. And
We
they
met-
don't have enough money in their budget, and they have to go to the commissioners and borrow money.
We actually had a meeting with the funeral homes and the trustees. We had a good turnout, but again, I have a trustee that I'm fighting with a lot. I don't mean to be, but not really getting anywhere. So probably should have a meeting with the commissioners to see if they want to get together with the trustees also, see if we can work some of this out.
More conversation is needed.
Do I?
More conversation is needed then.
But you're saying the burial, not the cremation part. We're still gonna end up
Well,
with that, right? Is that what you're saying?
Either cremation or
That's included,
burial,
you
either
think?
one.
Should be.
I think
Oh,
if you look at the
okay.
law, it used to be anyway, if it hadn't changed in the last few years.
That is the same, and unfortunately, I have to make the decision on what we do, and I'm cremating because it's at less value. And then you'd be surprised at the families that want to come forward to get their cremation. And we give it to them.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank
Well, thank you for your time, I appreciate it.
So, I skipped over the assessor too. I was skipping all around. So Jenny is gonna represent, Tim Smith today. She had to be out of town. Good morning.
Morning.
Where do I start? I think Tim emailed everybody his version of what he would like to reduce, eliminate, and then possibly increase.
But I did not get an email.
Well,
He sent them to the county emails.
I didn't get that either,
Okay, and then I put one in everybody's mailbox on Monday.
but just saw that just now.
All right, if you just wanna walk us through those, your dot items
Tim's
on the
format?
front. Yep.
Okay, on the budget line items, 10-100 and 10-202, those are just the stipends for him and myself for our levels, and he wanted to make sure that they weren't overlooked. Budget line item 33051, which is our appraisals line item. We've got $10,000 in there. If we have a big box appraisal, 10,000 really isn't going to cover that appraisal. So he feels that if we return that to you at this point, with the caveat that if something comes up down the road and we need some help, we can come back and ask.
Yeah.
So he would like to quote unquote eliminate that line item or eliminate that dollar amount.
Keep the line item, but
keep the
Reduce it
line
to
item, leave it at 0, and then we would have to come back and ask for an additional appropriation.
I'm okay with
On
that.
budget line item 33,200, that is our contractual line item. This year, we will be renegotiating with Nexus on the contract. It's a 4-year contract between Nexus, Exsoft, Midwest Presort, which is who mails our Form 11s for us. Everybody's going up. So Tim is thinking that if we increase that line item for next year by $20,000, hopefully that will cover all of the increases. Budget line item 33,620 is our equipment repair line. We have not used that in a couple of years, so he would like to have that, the appropriations removed.
Okay.
Budget line item 33,810, which is dues, fees, and subscriptions. It is at $1,700 this year. We would like to have that reduced to $500 for next year because we don't use it as much.
It's reduced by $500.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
reduced by $500.
it was 22 down to 17. Yeah, okay.
And then budget line item 13,500, which is a part-time, he would like to eliminate that altogether.
I like Tim Smith. He's a good guy.
He apologizes for not being here, but he had a mission trip that he felt he needed to attend.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
And that's
I don't
basically
think we
what
can
we
fight
have.
with any of that. That was good. He's always been good to work with to help us out on the budget, so I appreciate all that. Any questions for Jenny?
There is a budget in the non-general things on the sales disclosure.
Yes, sir.
Is there any changes or anything?
No changes on that.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Mr. Gordon Moore. Was here a little bit ago. Left, okay. Well, then we'll just go to the treasurer. Ms. Beth Fields. Howdy, Beth.
Ready?
Yep.
Good morning. So to start, I'll give you a little update of where I am on the 25 budget. On line item 10202, Chief Deputy, because I had my chief resign and had a new chief, there was a payout of unused vacations, so I expect a shortfall of about $2,200 in that line item. It's my intent that I would transfer from one of the part-time line items to cover that shortfall sometime this year, before the end of the year, so I'll be okay there. The other line item I'm gonna bust this year is line 33670, equipment maintenance service contracts. I inherited a copier that is a color copier. The per copy charge for black and white and color is, I think, a little bit salty. In fact, the first bill that I received for part of 24 and 25 took 40% of that budget. And the service fee, the service contract will go up next year. There's $700. I did not change it for my 26 budget, and it will fall short in 26. I don't know if you would allow me to up that number, or you just want to let it ride, and I'll see if I can squeak out a transfer next year. But this year, I only have $123 left out of a $700 line item, so I know I'll bust that, and I'll just find some place to transfer to get through this year.
Okay.
The other line item is 33,810, which was dues, fees, and subscriptions. My first and only visit with council was to say, January, I needed to transfer $69 because it's based on salary and I was short. So I did ask for more money next year and I would have been fine, except just this week, I found out that the Indiana County Treasurers Association is raising their fees. So instead of a half a penny based on salary, they're raising that to 0.75 of a penny. So, I know. So I took I asked for $500 in '26, and I'm gonna have to increase that to $700. So I don't know if you wanna make that change in my budget or let it ride. And if you need to borrow someplace to keep the budget not 1 cent higher than what it is, let me know and we'll figure out where you wanna take it from.
Okay.
And then I do have one request. If council would be so kind to consider with a one-time purchase, our current money counterfeit and check counter, that was purchased in April of 2014. Kathy Williams, you made that purchase, for $7,863. It is older. It kind of clogged a little bit this year. In fact, I believe Commissioner Plaster was in line one time when we had to tell all of our taxpayers to just wait a minute. There's only so much canned air and sticking your fingers in things and fiddling and opening and closing doors and turning it off and on that's going to fix this thing. There was a maintenance contract on it that went off in 2020. It was never removed. I did get quotes, a unit that is similar to what we have, and I just got one quote actually, first to see if you'd be interested, and if so, I would work to get more quotes. The base charge of the unit is now gonna be about $3,600, maintenance fees about another $575, so $4,200 would replace that unit. I would love to have it replaced before fall collection.
So you're asking for that out of this year's budget, that's what you're asking us.
Out of your one-time budget, yes, please. Yes, please.
I spoke with her and I told her, I said, that's probably something that we could take care of this year, not have to add it to next year's. Plus, I think they need it.
We do. Not only will it serve the taxpayers, it'll make us a little quicker and more efficient, because that really, we have three individuals using that during collection, and Kathy, it's busy. And then my goal would be I would take this one and I would put it to the back room, so then at the end of the day, when members of my team are back there hand counting, double checking, they would be able to use that. Then if it messes up, that's okay, nobody's waiting. So that's it in a nutshell. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer them.
Beth, is there a maintenance on the new one? If you get the new one, is there a maintenance?
The maintenance of the one quote I got was $557.
Do you have that in '26? Did you put that in this
I-
'26 budget?
No,
Okay.
it would be part of the purchase price.
And it's not an ongoing maintenance cost every year.
That's a question I can't answer. I think it would be, but when you purchase the unit, you would purchase maintenance, that would at least get me through '26. And then I could address that fee in my '27 budget.
So does she need to get another? Do you
Well,
want to
that
get
would
I
be-
another?
definitely would have to get other quotes.
And the
And
commissioners?
then I'd have to go to the commissioners.
Yes. And then
But- And you can let me know. I don't need to know
Well, then
today.
you
You
can
have
come back
people
to-
like waiting.
council,
Financial committee.
yeah. And just ask Flores to purchase it once you get all the information.
Out of this year's money?
Out of this year's money, yeah, so she can get it before fall and.
Yeah.
I would appreciate that, and so would my team. We have one on our staff. She's like the money counter whisperer. She can always bring it back to life.
Should we have her get a quote for two?
That's what we just
Well, the
asked.
commissioners will probably require.
Oh, did I miss
Yeah.
that? Sorry.
But Bobby, if you can make a note to put her on the finance committee agenda for the next meeting.
And am I coming to you to
Well,
officially request the money, or would you like me to have quotes by then to present to you, or do I give the quotes to the commissioners for approval?
Okay, okay. Just come to us with the prices and we'll approve it, and then if they don't, it's on them, the commissioners.
Yeah.
If they don't buy it for you, it's their fault.
They can't buy it if we don't approve the money.
Yeah,
If we
so,
approve the money, they don't have to buy.
If it delayed Jeff paying his taxes, he'll approve it.
Yeah.
Beth, and I had stepped out just for a little bit to get cough drops from my husband. But, there's a part-time position in here that doesn't look like anything was expended this year, but you did put it back into the budget. Is that a position that's needed?
I may be too green to answer that.
Okay.
This year, the 2 part-time people that were used during spring collection, neither one cared to return. I could only fill the position, I could find 1 part-time person, so we ran with 1 part-time person.
Okay.
I tell you, 2 would have been real helpful when every counter was being serviced, as well as every phone line.
So is that just a seasonal position that you bring in when you're needing it?
It's about 8 weeks in the, no more than 8 weeks in the spring, usually less, and then again in the fall. I think in the fall I might be able to get by with 1 part-time because less people are paying their taxes, and quite frankly, I am more up to speed, as well as my chief and my new part-time person. So I think we'll be okay, but it would still be my goal in the spring to have 2 part-time people.
And usually, Misty, that was on the list of seasonal employees that Kim does, I think, once a year. And those are always approved by council or whoever. But yeah, those are seasonal people.
And I noticed in the past, the amount that is expensed to this, we have not, I don't plan to exceed even for the 1 part-time line item that I'm spending out of. And looking back previous budgets, that's been a generous amount. So if you need to reduce something, I would say take a couple hundred or each of those line items if you want to keep the budget
Usually what
flat.
would happen, Beth can attest to, is, okay, if you're done and there's nothing else to do today, we were fortunate enough to have employees that would go ahead and go home, rather than, I just want the money or need it and I'll stay.
Yeah.
So we normally never spent all of that.
No, and this year, because I only had 1, I actually asked HR what my perimeters were, if I could work her more than 29 and a half hours, because we worked her to death.
Well, but even looking at that, you're still not gonna do what you've spent so far.
You're correct. Yes. Oh, yes, that's
that
more
in
than
mind.
generous. Yes, keep that in
Thank
mind.
you.
If we need
Thank
to
you.
cut something, I mean, that's a place where you can
That
find a
would,
little bit of money,
I
but
guess that would be my Kenny's carpet fund, so to speak.
yeah, there you go. That's what
I
I'm
really think there's,
You can tell where she worked for years.
Yep.
That's funny. Okay.
that's all I have unless you have questions of me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We got one more before our scheduled break, which is in 1 minute, so we can ask the recorder to come up. She right there. You got 1 minute. Let's see if I can do it. You're okay.
Good morning.
Hi.
I don't have much of a budget left to cut, but I'm trying. We did go ahead and zero out the office supplies, and that's $1,500 from last year's budget that we will absorb through the RPF fund. And also dues, subscriptions, and fees. There was $945 in that prior, and we'll absorb that. We zeroed that out, and we'll absorb that out of the RPF. Just wanted to give you a little bit of update. We are estimating that the total expenses that we're paying for our budget out of the RPF for 25 and the half of 26 is $178,413. So
We appreciate
we are
that.
carrying our end. The salaries are, we're trying to save some on the salaries by cutting a part-time position.
Yeah.
And then,
Thank you.
yeah.
So your fund will be fine.
It's really gonna go
I
down
know.
this year. I've got a book project that's gonna be $250,000. So, yeah, and the RPF has been steadily going down a little bit the last 3 years.
Yeah.
So it looks like it may be up maybe $10,000 for this 2025. I estimate it to be 155,000 by the end of 25 that we've collected. So it still, with spending 178,000, we're not keeping up with what we're taking in.
I was thinking that we were saying after about 5 or 6 years, we may have to look at the
Yeah,
amount, but
we'll see.
as long as you're still good for next year, we're good with that.
Okay.
I appreciate that. You've been so good every year to come in and take things out of your budget.
I'm trying. I just hope the RPF fee will
Yeah.
take care of that.
Thank you, Debbie.
Does anybody have any more questions?
There it is.
If not, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And now there is a scheduled break. 15 minutes.
Huh?
We have one more thing we need Debbie Rush to explain to us, so we ask her to stick around a minute.
Debbie Resch or Debbie
Or
Teeman?
Debbie Teeman, I'll be okay. I am.
Who made the cookies? Did
You're lucky I got one of your names right.
Yeah, we were a team, you know what, we answered for the other. The elected official training fund, Simona had kind of looked at the law closer, and it says that the council is to appropriate those funds for the elected official training fund. And I had been waiting to submit that budget estimate. I usually do it at the end of June, so I can kind of gauge how much we're taking in for the first 6 months, how much we're gonna have in that fund by the time 26 rolls around. It looks like we've collected $4,403 the first 6 months of this year, which would give us about $8,800 in that fund. So far, there have been $3,000 in expenses come out of that $4,403 we've collected. So, but there was a little bit of a balance, so the funds that are left right now are $4,707.
What's the number?
So if we collect, it's 1217, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So if we collect that other $4,000 for the rest of the year, we should have maybe $8,000 to appropriate between the 5 offices, which would be surveyor, auditor, treasurer, recorder, and clerk, that they could use for meetings after they use their travel fund. So the elected officials training fund should be used lastly for the supplement to their travel funds.
So it sounds like what we need to do with that money is create a line item in each one of those budgets and then put that money in each one, because she said it has to be divided between the offices equally.
There's a fund that they've got for that.
Yeah, they just pay it out of the fund.
You just
so
pay it
when
out,
they-
but see,
when
each
they-
office has to know how much they can spend. They can't just go willy-nilly and go over
Yeah,
their
one
budget
office
on it.
can't just spend it all.
But I think, doesn't it depend on, we'll just say the pot's 5,000,
Yeah, it
whoever
depends
needs
on
it,
what-
because the clerk may need
No,
3,000 this year, but they may not need it next year.
she
But I'm
said the
not
new
sure.
law says it has to be
Well,
divided between the
Oh.
5 offices.
We have always divided it equally
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
so that someone doesn't,
Use it all.
So then that fund should just have a budget of those 5 in it, and then it pays out of that? Or
If there's-
you're
yeah.
saying put it in their
How do you,
office
how do
budget?
you do it equally now?
when I do it, when I was doing it, I would prepare the budget form and under, under the other services, I think it was, I don't even have that page with me. It was under other services, I would list each office and say, you had 5,000 in the account, I would list 1,000 for each one. The reason is, some people have travel budgets, so they can spend their travel budgets first. I have no travel budget at all, so any travel I do that's not state called, I pay through elected officials training fund, or then I have to resort to RPF. So, that's why I made it equal in the past for every office.
She said we have to appropriate it now.
So for 26, couldn't we take the fund that they've created, put the 5
5 line item.
in that for each office?
That's
with
what I did.
a fifth of the money, and then late, or in 26, if we have more, we can put more in there. If we have less, they can't spend it.
Do they ask you beforehand? Do they tell you they're gonna spend it beforehand, so you can tell them how much they have?
No, they do submit it to the auditor, and the auditor checks their budget to make sure they're out of funds in their travel budget before they use the elected officials.
But you're saying, would they pay out of this first or pay out of this second to them?
Second, they would need to pay it after they've exhausted their travel fund.
Oh,
And that's what the law says also.
okay.
And it would probably be a good idea if we do it like Debbie just said, create the fund, put the 5 line items in it, is to send a notice and
Yeah.
say, hey, we've changed this a little bit, here's how this works, spend the other first, and then you have this.
Well, and we've tried to train them this last couple years, saying, look, this is your total from this elected officials training fund. So you need to use your travel fund first. If you need more, then go to your elected officials training, which is that amount that we've allotted you.
So if we handle this side of it, you handle that side of telling them how much they have and, okay. That's perfect.
So then that budget would be in with the other budgets outside of the general fund. This is a question really, right? So then every year that would be there just as a matter of.
It accumulates, so it never reverts back to county
But
general.
it was just, we have some that are other funds, that it would be one of those to make sure we see it every year and that the money's in there for those.
So then it's one of the things at our first meeting in January that we need to appropriate that fund now. And what's the fund number?
1217.
1217, okay.
I can let you know, January 1, what's in there so that you can appropriate it. Is that soon enough?
If you tell us the 1231 balance is soon after, because we always we do stuff quickly at the beginning of the year.
So tell you when? When did you say?
On the 1231 balance, like just as soon as possible.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I did see Gordon come in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did too. Mr. Gordon Moore, we're ready for you.
Move me ahead of these guys.
Yeah.
Yell that.
All of them.
No, I think there's one underneath you.
But I had. Wait a minute, Misty's causing problems.
I am. I can crawl.
They're going here.
Stand by.
Mary's making old person noises over here, trying to
That's
get
what I
down on
said,
the
I don't
floor.
mind crawling. Thank you, Mary. I can lift you up.
All right. Are we good now?
We are.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Gordon.
Good morning. Sorry I've been back and forth, so-
It's okay.
and I really didn't think I was gonna have to appear, so a little bit unprepared, but talking about our overall budget for the next coming year, then we went through our general fund and we've reduced it by approximately $800. Office supplies, fuels, some of the items that we weren't maxing out, so we've dropped it from 10,258 down to 9,450. Everything else basically remains the same, so if you've got comments or questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
I do have a question, so, it's not really for you, Gordon, but
Okay.
so on his salary is $86,010. I mean, that's what you have in that budget amount. What are the other elected officials at? 87 something?
766.
Shouldn't we, maybe you'd rather do that in a personnel discussion, but shouldn't that be the same as?
I think he's paid a little bit out of the drainage or the corner perpetuation, aren't you?
I do get another per mile, and I don't even know exactly what that is, for our drainage. And also receive a little bit of money out of the stone perpetuation fund, $4 visit throughout the year. Typically, we've been around $340 per year on that. I'm gonna get with the auditor here real soon. We've got a program going on right now where we're relocating, reestablishing every corner. There's 1,800 corners in the county. Problem is past, we've always used the GPS sitting on top of the city building. And we have found that there's a difference in between that and the state towers of about 1'10". I'll bore you to death because I know you don't really care, in between the coordinates. And it's causing some issues with surveyors in our surrounding counties, particularly because we're not matching up coordinate systems. So we've tried everything over the last 2 or 3 years to have our software do a switch, and it just won't work. So there's nothing we can do except physically go to each one of those corners and establish new coordinates on them. And in doing so, our plan is to do about 500 a year, which will be about $2,000. So sometime in the near future, I'll get with Mark and we'll figure out how to do that. But the Stone Perpetuation Fund has adequate funds to take care of that.
It does, okay.
But to go back to Kathy's question, when we do the salary ordinance, it needs to match everybody else.
Well, that was part of my question. So just like Gary was here from Township Trustee or Township Assessor, because they get additional from having levels, but this is a question for all of you,
It's a question for HR.
okay, so do we
She
make
knows
them all,
why.
do we make our officials all the same and then?
Please.
Oh, they were asking Kim though.
Let Kim
Well-
explain why.
Steve is here and I don't know if you want to get into this. Let me finish my sentence. We had, and it wasn't going over your head, but we had a very. But we did. Even the short one here. We had a very detailed conversation yesterday. And so I think personally, there are questions and answers that need to take place before we do that and to look at these additional funds.
Yep.
And so
Okay.
my personal request for this on the HR side would be to table this till we can get it figured out, because we're not
Okay.
ready to present that,
Yeah.
but we did talk about it yesterday, it came to our attention.
I just want us to be consistent with whoever and whatever we're doing.
There's about 3 factors in this,
Yeah,
and
there are
they
other
need to,
things.
it needs to be discussed.
We can start a game show. Pass the buck.
So, correct, do you have anything to add? No? Okay.
That sounds good. I understand it's things we'll discuss further.
Oh,
You
and then
intend to
I
get it-
believe, oh, I'm sorry.
You intend to get an answer in the next month or two?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, that was just my question.
All right.
So on the salary ordinance, there's at the end of the salary ordinance, there's an executive one schedule. And that's what bases the coroner, the surveyor, and the township assessor's salary. I don't know what that executive one schedule is or where it comes from, but that's why
Okay.
currently they're making what they're making.
Gotcha.
Apparently all that's above my pay grade, so.
All right. Does anybody have any more questions?
Is there anything on the drainage board budget we need to look at?
No, we're pretty set with that. We've been keeping up with most of the projects. We have some coming up in the future. We've had to raise our assessments on the ditches. We're doing that at a yearly basis now. About 25% is what we're permitted each year without going through public hearings and so forth. So we've done that on a number of ditches already. So, and then we've got money in our general fund as well. So,
Okay. Thank you.
thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Looks like we're ready for GIS. Good morning or good afternoon. What is it? It's still morning.
Good morning.
Well, the GIS interlocal, currently, I'm not requesting any additional contributions from the interlocal partners. So they'll still remain the same at $50,000 a year per partner. That consists of Wayne County, the Economic Development Corporation, City of Richmond, and Sanitary District. In terms of my budgets, I've got a few items that I've increased. All my funding comes out of the interlocal. And the biggest one is our main software provider, which is ESRI. It basically runs the GIS. And they're really restructuring their licensing and all their software. And so it's kind of going through some unknowns, and I know there's going to be some increases in that. And that's why in my contractual software support, I do have an increase of $5,000 for that support. I do have a project. The GIS basically is paid for the software to update all the parcel information because the parcels are the driving force for our GIS. And that's always been kind of part of that. And of course, Nancy does all the field work of updating the parcels and all the information behind it. But the software that's used for that, we've been using it since 2008. And because of the licensing changes and formats, and plus also Microsoft is, Windows 10 now is, Craig could answer those questions, but Windows 10 is dropping off and, Windows 11. So there's changes there that's taking place too. But the software that we're using is going to expire next March. So we're going to have to hire the company that came in and set up the parcel builder software to upgrade to the new formats.
Okay.
So that's why there's an increase in there. I don't have a quote on that, how much it's going to be, but that was kind of a rough estimate on that. And then the other one is a Comcast rate increases. So my budget's increased from 4,000 to 6,000 for my communication. And that's for my routers that run my servers and give me access to the internet.
Coax and fiber.
And I'm going to coaxial to fiber on the recommendation of Craig, because I'm the last coaxial modem, so.
All right. Does anybody have any other questions? Thank you for that.
All right,
Appreciate it.
thank you.
All right. IT. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
All right. Unfortunately, I'm here today to ask for some increases. Officially asking for two increases. A total of $15,500 for the IT department budget. So the first appropriation that I'm asking for an increase is 33,240. That's our communication and cell phone appropriation. I'm asking for a $9,000 increase in that appropriation. What that's going to give us is a point-to-point connection back to the county from not only the county highway, but the county fairgrounds. This is something we've never had before. We will be able to see those remote sites just as if they're sitting right here in this building. This is going to bring a tremendous amount of monitoring for them. Definitely more security. They will finally be able to access and log into our domain, which they're not able to now. Those PCs will be part of our NetDNA. They will be part of our backups. This is, from an IT standpoint, this is very huge. I really can't explain that enough without getting stupid technical on you. That's
We
the
don't want to
reasons
hear
why.
something technical. We don't understand.
But yeah, monitoring, managing, and security, bringing those remote sites into the county as a whole, to where we can manage the county now as a whole is tremendous. As a byproduct of this project, this also satisfies EMA's and Director Kane's request to have a connection from the highway back to the county for their new tower. So we can, this is basically hitting two birds with one stone. And again, for IT, I think it's invaluable. And I think, since Matthew has an interest in it and they need that connection, we'd be having to do something anyways. So I'm glad that Matthew can piggyback on this project.
Yeah.
But I really do think it's something that is needed. It's something that we've never been able to do before. And shares, that's a big point. There's no more VPNs for the highway or the fairgrounds. There's no more network magic to get them here. They'll be able to access the intranet just like everyone else can. We'll be able to set up shares, so they will be able to use shared files between, employees. So that's huge too.
The highway wasn't connected to the rest of us.
The highway or the fairgrounds.
Yeah.
So basically, we remote manage them,
Yeah.
But to be able to manage them as if they're on our network, because they will be on our network, is huge.
When will this be effective?
It is supposed to be in place July 25th. I don't know. I haven't heard anything back for a while. I know I've lost my Comcast rep. I just talked to Mike. He hasn't seen anybody from Comcast out there. The site survey is done. So I'm going back and forth with Comcast trying to get some information now. The project will be done. It's not that it's not going to be done. It may not make the July 25th deadline. Hopefully it will. Any questions?
Looks like the other thing that went up is your cybersecurity.
Pardon me?
Your cybersecurity line, 33602.
Yes. So my next request is for appropriation 33602. That is cybersecurity. What that is it's a remote management, monitoring, and patch management system. It is really robust. It gives us tremendous amount of features for monitoring. It brings in a new ticketing system for the IT department. Right now, we use an in-house built, basically just a little web page that we do all our work orders with. This will allow us a more robust ticketing system with analytics, comparisons. It will also give each individual, if they want to communicate with the IT department in a way, they can right-click on the tray icon and create a work order right there. They can take a snapshot of whatever they're seeing on their desktop. They just click a button, it takes a snapshot, attaches it to that, and then sends it right to the IT department. So communications, we're not taking anything away. You're still going to be able to definitely call. We still recommend you call, but through email, through the portal. But now we'll also be able to do it with a right click on the tray icon. Ninja One is also one of the leading patch management solutions out there. We are using the patch management that's built in through our antivirus program right now. It's pretty clunky. I'm not real happy with it, but this will also bring AI into those patches. So I know we have a lot of problems when, Windows brings in a security patch and it kills everything. Well, this is going to wait, and the AI will go out and it will tell and it will advise us when it's safe to install these patches. So very robust. Again, this is something that will definitely help out the IT department. It'll also take place of our team viewer. This comes with 3 different remote connection software. It comes with a seat of TeamViewer, Splash Top, and the Ninja One remote desktop. Why do we need 3? I hope we never do, but if a certain piece of malware goes after TeamViewer, we still have Splash Top. If they close down both of those commercial ones, we still have the Ninja One Direct. So we're paying $5,200 or almost $5,300 a year for TeamViewer now. I will put that towards this. The total cost for Ninja One is right under $12,000. With the $6,500 I'm asking plus the $5,200 for TeamViewer, that will satisfy that.
Okay.
When would this take place?
We're in testing stages right now, but it probably will not be rolled out until the beginning of the year.
Craig, is end user support like hardware? Is that what that's for?
Yeah, so this will monitor your hardware. This will, monitor your security patches. This will monitor anything that's going on in your PC. It'll be a little agent you'll see in the tray, just like everything else. But it's software, but it monitors the hardware.
Okay, at one point, we talked about redoing the telephone system. Where?
Yes. So, VoIP. So the network is there. We are probably, I would say, 98% ready on that network. Bringing in VoIP, I recommend leasing. Therefore, if we ever have a problem with a phone, we call, we get a new one. A new model's out, they get replaced. We won't get into the situation where we are now, where I can't even eBay a phone. They're so old. That lease is $18.50 a month per device. So we're talking around $66,000 or so a year for VoIP. We're paying about $22,000 now for our PBX, our plain old telephone system. Obviously, VoIP's going to bring a plethora of new features, high definition calling, the ability to have an app on your phone and receive your office calls from there. Another reason why I want to lease is because I want to do the rollout slowly, and doing a lease would let me do that better, especially since we still have a working phone system, because there's going to be a whole lot of bugs and training that we're going to have to get used to. But it is going to be fairly expensive. With the $22,000 I'm paying now, we're probably going to look at about a $40,000 a year increase in that.
Is that in here for next year?
I did not put it in simply because I knew everybody's saying, don't cut. I did want to discuss it, but I didn't know if I wanted to officially bring it up.
But you are making the change eventually.
Yeah.
So we will have to pay that.
Yes. So yes, to be on a modern phone system, that we will have to pay that. Now that since we're doing it out, if we're going to lease and we can do it out slowly, then we can spread that cost over time. Now it depends on the first pilots, so about 30 phones will be about $555 a month. If we start out with that, get 30 people on it, try working out the kinks, then we can move. I wouldn't want to extend the installation over a year. I think that would get really confusing when we have, so if you want to commit to a full year, then I guess we can talk about it, but if
That's what I would think. If you're 98% there with all the other stuff, and we all wanted to have the new system, some of us that have worked here know how wonderful our system is, that we go ahead and do that. I know we've got to make cuts, but this is an important thing, because this is how the public gets a hold of the county officials. A lot of times, not just
We talked about this last year at budget time. You had it,
yes,
that it was coming.
Right.
That we'll need to. But you don't, there's nothing in the budget this year though?
no,
or
I have
for
not officially
26?
requested. The only official request I have is for,
Just the other two things.
is for the Comcast increase and the cybersecurity increase. Another thing we can talk about too is Microsoft Office 365. We are on a small business account. We are not on a Microsoft government account. We have went over the 300 user limit for the Microsoft small business. We're getting away from that is because we actually have 3 domains. When Rich set this up, he did cost centers. So we have the Wayne County Health Department and the Sheriff's Department and then our main domain. What I'm trying to do right now to get everybody on the waynecounty.in.gov email is take those two domains and put as many people as we can in the one domain. That will satisfy the email requirement. But then we can't add any, technically we couldn't add any more. So I can't give out any more waynecounty.in.gov emails until we move up to either an enterprise or a government account. The government account brings tremendous amount of security to our Microsoft infrastructure. And, we are a Microsoft business. We use Windows, we use Word, we use Excel, we use PowerPoint, we use Outlook. Everything we do to do business just about is Microsoft. So having everybody, with all the security features that the government plan provides, protected emails, we're now able to send protected emails. Full hard drive encryption for our Surfaces and laptops. So if they ever get stolen, we don't have to worry about it. They're encrypted. A server residency in the United States, guaranteed United States infrastructure. So anything we put in our OneDrives and anything we do in the Microsoft cloud is guaranteed to stay in the United States. I think that's huge for today. And moving forward with more of the features and learning how to collaborate better in the Microsoft environment, we are going to be using OneDrive a lot more. And I would really like to have that guarantee to, that all of our data is stored on US servers if we're going to start using OneDrive a lot more. There will be training involved. We can do, for people who work at home at night or whatever, it's a game changer. You can literally do everything you want from the browser. You can get your email, you can do Word, you don't have to install anything. You basically sign on, do the multi-factor, and you're inside the Microsoft, the county's Microsoft environment. Caleb's getting with Kim, we're trying to make the SharePoint site to where you can access that at home. You will have all your available forms, everything you will need inside of this ecosystem. And to me, working in it, even though I'm still not in the government account, but just working with it, Microsoft, more of how it should be worked. If you look around, we're still, using the same thing we did back in the year 2000. We haven't really changed. We use email, Word, and Excel. That's about it. There's so much more to Microsoft than that. But I don't really want to get into it until we have all the security features in place.
So going from the small business account to the government account, what's the?
Yeah, so it's a big jump. So currently, we're paying $55,900 for small business.
Yeah.
Jumping up to a government account is going to be about $97,000. Once we do this, we will have tools that we didn't have before. So I will be able to get rid of Datadog, the log server, because we will have access to all the advanced logging features of Microsoft through the G5 account. So that's $14,000 that I can also put towards this. We no longer need our Zimbra email, even though, don't fear everybody, our Zimbra email will be up for about a year. So I know everybody's, freaking out, new emails are here. Everybody's rushing to change out. No, it's probably going to be around for a year. But we don't need to pay maintenance for that anymore. So there's another $3,000. So I can currently put about $71,000 towards that, but that's still going to leave about a $25,000 deficit.
And it puts us in the right century if we.
Yes, it not only does it put us in,
that kind of thing.
it actually puts the Wayne County government in a government Microsoft account.
Yeah.
So I would make a suggestion, if he can get us I think Craig is kind of guesstimating on the government account to check and see what it would really cost, what's the difference? And then also for the telephone system, what do we need for that? Because we need, to me, it's silly to put stuff in place and then stop at the end of the road, but you can't spend what you don't have.
Right.
But let us see what we can find elsewhere or,
Yeah, and
that's just
that's why I
my,
did not
that's
bring
just
that
me.
up officially, because I knew I shouldn't even be here today. You know, so I didn't want to bring, you know, up another $65,000, you know, officially.
These are not one-time expenses either, they're ongoing
They're-
every year, right?
Yes, they're yearly expenses.
Budget items.
I appreciate your concern for the size and the money involved. However, I am greatly concerned about the risk that we take from this lack of maybe proper or complete security of our system. And, you know, if we were to get compromised on our system, it would cost us far more, many, many times more than what you're talking to protect that. So we have been very fortunate. You have done a great job thus far of keeping our system secure. We have to keep up with the times and
Absolutely.
utilize what's available. So just as last year, you brought up a couple things that would help if we could do it, but you didn't want to request the money, but we said, yes, we need to do that. I think this is the same thing, even more so than the telephone system, that keeping our system secure is so critical. I think we need to move forward with that and work with the commissioners to get a plan together and come back and see what we can do about funding that to get it in place. That's my personal feeling.
I have a question for Steve. Is there,
Computer?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
no, in our cyber insurance rider, is there any requirement in that, as to what level the county should be protected in that language in the rider?
It's written based on where we're at right now.
If we were to upgrade what he's talking about, would that help our insurance policy?
It usually doesn't work that way. But obviously it would help over time in keeping us more secure.
Having seen what has happened to some other municipalities and counties across Indiana in the last 12 months with cyber incidents, an increase to the 97,000 is probably a wise investment. So I agree with you, Max, that we probably need to work with commissioners to move forward on that.
Max, I would be supportive of using some of our joint funds to fund that for the next 3 or 4 years.
I just think you need to, Craig needs to get with you, get a plan in place. Let's see about getting it funded and move forward.
Yeah.
I don't think this is the kind of thing that we can wait 6 or 8 months because of the budget cycle to make sure that we're secure and avoiding a massive problem.
So if you could get some solid numbers together on that, switch into that account, that'd be good.
What about the phones? What do you want to do? Have them get the price for that and then take a look?
We're already started down that road.
Yeah, you've given us
We've got
that
to do
before, but
that,
it's
so I
changed.
think that we,
Get those numbers as well?
yeah.
Because I was going to start out with the 30 phones, and which is the $555 a month. For that, if you guys are ready to start this,
Is that still a current number, Craig?
I just got that quote.
Okay.
And that's
Yeah.
the lease option, correct?
That's for the lease.
Yeah, I think that you're starting down that path, and we got to do that. So we need to do whatever we need to come with the funds to make this happen in a time schedule that fits your desires.
Okay.
Any other questions?
We all in agreement on him moving forward that way.
Yes.
So we'll
Thank
look to
you.
hear more, Craig.
Okay, great.
Easy to an IT guy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gets to get more techie. All right. Brandon Sanders, we are ready to talk about bridges and how much money you don't have.
Morning.
heard a lot from me over bridge projects and how this unprecedented inflation has kind of hurtled us a little bit. But just to quickly go over our office supplies, some of our continuing expenses didn't change, so those budget numbers haven't gone up. But if you want to skip down to the 60,000 accounts, I've got that's our bridge project specific projects accounts. So I've got listed in there what we're projecting for 2026. We've got a couple of them that are going to letting throughout the year. So those are going to be the bigger amounts. Specifically the 60,016. It's Bridge 149 Fountain City Pike. And account number 60,032 is our Bridge 716 Waterfall Road. Those projects are scheduled to go to letting, I think February, March, and then Fountain City Pike Bridge is later in the year. Those are the ones that we had a pretty good shortage on the additional funding from NDOT. We're still hearing from NDOT that additional funding is unlikely. However, after letting, depending on how the letting goes, if multiple projects come in under bid, there could be some additional funds shift our way. But they have stressed even more to be on the conservative side and plan not to have it.
Brandon, would you clarify what letting means to the people that are watching on?
Yes, so NDOT letting is basically the projects going to bid to the public contractors.
Okay, thank you.
And we're going to be addressing some needs at our workshop part of this later today as far as finishing up the G Street. So we need those bids, lettings for those bridges is early October, correct?
Yeah, for this year, we have 3 projects going to letting. 2 of them are within our original estimates for funding. One of them is one of the ones that was, I believe it was right around $1.2 million short. So that would be one that we would need to address this year before October. But those other 2 would be something we can address early next year. But my numbers are based on the needs, so that which outweigh what I have available in our bridge fund currently. So really need to look at, how this additional funding could help us and in what ways we can provide some support now until the extra funding comes later. So.
Well, obviously, each year the state only approves a budget for this that they think you've got ample funds for, so.
Correct.
Keeping what you have put in here, I see is not an issue right now, and let the state address what they think is available. But we know that we'll have to come up with some additional funds if all these bridges happen.
Correct, yes, yeah. And, just to remind everyone, these are our main federal aid projects, started 4 or 5 years ago, pre-inflation. So future projects moving forward, we've got a better handle on planning for those. It was just this, past 3 or 4 year window that it was just hard to plan for because of the situation. So moving forward, I think we'll be in a better position. It's just trying to see these last few projects through is the main hurdle right now.
We do have a lot of bridges. We're one of the higher bridge counts in the state as far as counties.
Yes, I think we're number 6 in the state. We've got 230 bridges that we maintain.
And if we don't keep up with our plans and get behind, we'll probably never be able to catch up. So
yes, yeah, that's
we'll have
correct.
to take a hard look at this as the year progresses and we move into 26.
Any other questions? That was quick.
All right, thank you very much.
We'll be seeing you soon.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's got an appropriation request. We'll act on it this afternoon later.
All right, Mr. Sharp with the highway.
Morning.
I just want to tell you how much I appreciate our roads. I travel between here and the next county to the west a lot. And there was a hole like the size of my car. And they put a cone in it and it was right over the top of a hill. And I was used to kind of going around it, but then I came around, there's a cone in the middle of it and it's
I
like,
know which road you're
that
on.
was a real good fix.
Our road connects to that.
It
so.
does. I can tell where ours stops and the other one starts, but you actually paved a whole section to fix your part in it.
Want to make it look better.
Yeah, thank you.
I can echo the same thing she's saying, because I travel those roads every day over there, and it's not a good thing.
In the administrative budget, couple of changes. First one would be to decrease the insurance deductible by $2,500. I think the deductible on insurance is changing. I think it's $5,000, I think is what it's going to. So I figured just round that to 10,000 even. In the past, I think in '24 we used $560, but since '21 we haven't used any money out of it. But that just kind of helps protect us in that area. And then in insurance general, to raise it up to 100,000, I think that would cover for the increase of what they're projecting for this coming year coming into that. So that's the only two changes in the that part of the administrative budget.
Question.
Any questions on that part of the budget?
Well, I'm looking at the bookkeeper. Oh, never mind. It's the same from last year. I was looking at another year.
We used to have 3 bookkeepers. Is that what probably you? No. Okay.
Okay, it's me, it's not you. It's the halls.
And then if you go to the maintenance and repair budget,
I got one other question on
Yes.
personnel. I'm not sure which budget it's in, but you budgeted last year to add a mechanic,
yes,
and is that still in here to add that? You haven't added
he's in
that.
my 25 budget and then he's in my 26 budget.
It's still in the 26 budget.
Yes. That would be somebody else's question. Wait,
It's in the 25 budget, but you've not filled that position.
correct.
There's a shift gonna happen within some things in the county, and that's part of that. Between the changing the sheriff's garage and so forth, so
But that hasn't happened yet.
it has not officially happened.
So, and that we're in July and no change has been made.
At this
So
point,
is the necessity of the change there?
that, I've been told that will happen here, but plans have not been finalized on how the commissioners and the sheriff's gonna go about that, so that change has not happened. So there's gonna shift that personnel from that garage out to him, and that's what would fill that position, was the plan. Correct, Jeff?
That's our intention, I believe.
Okay.
Should be done or not done in the next 30 days.
I think that's a safe statement.
In the next 30 days, it's.
I'll make sure it gets done.
Thank you,
That's
Brad.
that's our intention.
And I guess I should state though, as we're going through this budget, we've not received our projection figures for 26 yet. Mark hasn't received them, I haven't received them, so this could change somewhat. So what we do when we do get our budget projection figures is we take what our cash balance is from July 1st and we kind of project out using their projections and so forth. So these numbers could be altered. The biggest changes probably would be in bituminous and stone is normally where, a lot of these that I'm increasing, they're needed increases, except for the bituminous and stone, they're needed increases, but yet that's probably where we'd pull back from, or move forward ahead.
We keep getting reminded at state meetings that we go to that the state's collection of gas tax revenue is decreasing from what had been projected when they redid that whole.
And I don't have the sheet with me, but so when we did last year's projection for 25, what they projected us receiving, I can't remember the exact figure, but every month we're about 10 to 12% higher than what they projected. So that's a better thing than being lower, because if we are lower, then we gotta watch what our expenses are, because money's not coming in. So, we are, even though they may be saying it is decreasing, it's a possibility, but our income coming in every month, for the MVH and local road and street has been on the plus side.
That's good to hear.
So then in the next budget, I think it's maintenance and repair, yes. The stone and gravel, I increased it by $50,000 in the stone, up to 175. The culverts, tiles, and pipes, increased it by $10,000, up to 60,000. That's just for the increase of metal. We had two bids this year. One of them had a set price, and the other one that we accepted has a escalate, de-escalate price. So typically I buy pipes twice a year, and then for this year, we're having to check, okay, what's your price now to see what it's doing. It ended up happening that the first vault that we buy, pipes that we bought off of the person to escalate, de-escalate, because their price actually came down from what it was. So sometimes that's a plus, but if it goes the other way, then we're setting the other set price. And then bituminous, took it up to 1.8 million from the 1.1. Like I said, until we know what the figures are, but I didn't want to put too low of a figure in, and then our figures go up, and then we don't have enough in the budget per se when it's advertised. The road signs are related, rounded it up a couple $1,000s, just increasing the cost of signs to maintain. I think we have around 17,000 signs throughout the county, so just trying to maintain those. And then also the paint, put it up $5,000. We do have our own body shop within the highway department and do all of our own body work and so forth. And then the paint for the road also comes out of that. So kind of plays two areas in that field of it. School tuition, raised it up to 12,000. That's something, right now we have 2 open positions. We haven't been getting hardly any applications at all. So if we would get somebody, there's a chance that they would have to send them on to school, and I think it's like 5,700 was the last time we sent somebody to school was the cost of that. So it could have another increase going into next year, so just trying to buffer for that.
Is that for a
CDL.
CDL license?
Correct.
And so when we do that, what's that process? We hire somebody without one, we pay for it, and then they have to work for us X amount of time?
Yeah, we set up a contract with them that Ron has created, so it's a 2-year agreement for, they have to give us 2 years, or they owe us on a prorated basis back the money.
Thank you.
And then under the drainage and assessments, raised it to $800, just because of the assessments going up to meet what we have to pay every year for that. And the general and undistributed budget, that's where the mechanic is for the third mechanic. But then raising the supplies, garage and motor up $3,500 to $23,500. That's just, part of that's increase, we take our uniform costs out of that and the increase in the uniform costs. Other repairs, we raised it by $25,000 up to $350,000. And that's just mostly for trying to find the parts and what our age of our equipment is and trying to keep it maintained. Parts have just been going up. It's kind of, we're able to find a lot of the parts now, but the prices have just gone through the roof on a lot of parts. And then in the equipment, computer, we raised it to $30,000, which is a $20,000 increase. The biggest reason for that would be for that Violetics, or for the monitoring of the road, this computer system that we're going to be looking at putting in. to be able to monitor the roads, and it's gonna be able to do work orders and things like that. I think between me and Brandon, we're gonna split that cost, for both of us to use that, but I think it's like 23,000 is like half the cost, so, that's just kind of raising that to pick up those costs there. And then local road and street, the calcium chloride and salt, raising it by 10,000 just to get to 60,000 in case there's an increase in there. The stone and gravel, raising it by 30,000 up to 130, and then the bituminous raising it to 164,000. I will go back and say the salt barns that we built out at the highway department and that we have at Williamsburg and at Hagerstown has really been a big plus. The salt contracts that we have to put in for in March to go for what the next year is, and you don't know where you're at, we're able to look at them barns, and that's been a real big help. So I really do appreciate you guys supporting those, getting all those barns put up and so forth. It's really been a big help moving forward. And then on other road equipment, depending on how you decide to move forward, but that would be going down to 467,500 from the 510, and that's kind of more based on the 5-year kind of our capital outlay plan, which I do have a copy for everybody.
Thank you.
This has got 25s in it, kind of for what we're purchasing this year.
Thank you.
But looking at 26, we're looking at 617,500. You guys have been contributing $150,000 from county council. So if that would change, then we would need to raise up on the highway end of it to kind of offset that. But that would be replacing one of the chipper boxes. We're looking at putting in what we'd like to get. We've tried to find a used chipper box, but there's just not a lot on the markets. The new chipper box would be one that would go full length of the road. I think it will go out to like 25 feet. I don't know that I will do 25 foot going down all these roads just because they're trying to maintain the traffic and everything. But if you hit a road like Union Pike we did last year, we have smaller roads that's not a lot of houses on them. You could extend that box out and just make one pass so you don't have that joint in the middle. So I think looking into the future, I think it's a place to go. This is kind of what the cost of a new chipper box would be.
Mike, what is the chipper box?
So
Explain
the
what
chipper
it
box
does.
is, it basically, they put there's a tar truck that runs in front that sprays the tar on the road. And then the chipper box, the truck hooks to it and they pull the truck down the road and it's got conveyor belts up. It drops the gravel down in front and covers the gravel.
Okay, thank you.
It's what everybody hates.
Good old
They don't
chip
like to see
and
the chipper
seal.
box come down the road, but it's a big saver on us. The strip centering program, we're spending about $900 a mile is what it costs to strip seal a road. If you want to go in and just single seal the whole roadway, you're looking about $16,000. So we're saving a lot of money. We're able to kind of cover the cracks and maintain what we can to get us by without getting the whole road sealed. But I think in the future, as we look, we're going to be trying to do more single sealing, which I think this box would help out a lot into that area. To do that box, so the distributor trucks, we got 2 distributor trucks that we run with them. So one's gonna be loading while the other one's shooting, and then they switch and one will shoot. That way we can keep the process going. But if you get the longer, wider distributor or chipper box, you're gonna have to have the bars that go on the truck. So the bars are about $40,000 per truck to do that. So we'd have to upgrade the trucks to be able to handle the newer chipper box. And then just the zero turn mower that we use out to Industrial Park. We also mow up at Hagerstown around the salt barn up there and the road sign out on 40 out on the other side of Cambridge City. And then the highway garage. And then 3 pickup trucks.
So Beth, Max, when I look at this budget from 2024 adopted budget, 2024 expended, and then there was an adjustment made. Historically, it looks like we've passed a high budget, but it's been decreased or not spent. So is that then moved into the local road and street to fund? Is that how it's been done?
Well, like a lot of things, I think, and Mike can answer, but we don't necessarily end up spending what is budgeted. Mike, you wanna address that?
Well, so Mike, I know you don't have it in front of you, but like when I'm looking at 2024,
Are you on the road and street, or are you on the,
I'm on the highway.
okay,
On the highway. So for instance, it was 150,000 that was budgeted, but we expended $4,300, which is a pretty big difference to me. Then we adopted 2025, 125,000. It's been reduced. The 10th of July, it was reduced. But so it looks like it reduced maybe 115,000.
You're looking at the local road and street budget?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So it
No.
looks like as a trend.
You said
I see.
highway.
You
Oh,
said highway.
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm in the highway. Thank you.
Which line item are you looking at?
I'm at, are you needing the number or are you just
The
going to
account
the
number, yes.
line? So 22230 or the local number, the account number?
22230, okay.
Okay, so I'm under stone and gravel. So historically, what we budget, we don't even come close to expending. I'm looking at 2022, 2023. So my question is, are we just moving, if we're reallocating the money from a different fund to cover the expense? Because this is a lot of increases, but we don't spend what we budget.
Some of
Stone
it.
and gravel, and it's the same under culverts, it's the same under mixed, it's under all of it.
So some of that you,
I'm just
gotta have the
wondering.
cash on hand to spend it. So even if it's in the budget, you can't spend it unless the cash is on hand.
Okay,
So they may be projecting it and we've got the cash, but sometimes we pull back a little bit because in January, we have two different funds. So we have an MVH restricted and unrestricted.
okay,
So we don't have a very big stockpile of ice sand right now.
okay,
Because we can't buy that out of restricted, we buy that out of unrestricted. And in January, I was kind of sweating bullets to see if we were gonna be making payroll. Because we didn't have enough cash in that fund. So
okay,
I watch the cash, so I do reports kind of on a weekly basis to watch all that, to make sure that we stay where we need to stay at. We budgeted the money. State says, yeah, you can budget it, we're projecting that, but if it's not coming in per se, then you can't always fall through and spend that money. So even though I budgeted it, it's not that I go out and spend the money, if that makes sense.
well, obviously, yeah, it does make sense. So the funds that are under your area is highway, local road and street, and is there another one?
So we have three budgets in the MVH and then we have the local road and street.
Okay, all right, thank you. So some of these could be transfers from the other funds.
You can't transfer from local road and street to MVH, you cannot transfer.
Okay. Thank you.
And then you have to watch what you spend. So the MVH budget, we have actually two, we have the restricted and unrestricted. What you're looking at now is all one budget. And then in January, we go through and we split out to the restricted budget and the unrestricted budget. But as money is received in, currently it's at a 50-50 rate. So 50% goes to restricted, 50% goes to unrestricted.
Okay.
Hopefully with the new House bill, that's gonna change to where we'll be a 60-40 for the split on that. Because like even on salaries, we have to track every day what somebody does. And if they spend 2 hours on something restricted and 6 hours on unrestricted, we're tracking all that because we have to pay all that separately.
That's why you need two bookkeepers.
Well, we used to have 3. Went down to 2,
But now I understand why you need two
the state, the state, I mean, they keep
Why does
putting
he need
more
two
and more
beekeepers?
changes on it, which makes it a lot more difficult. So they're not bored at all out there, on what they're doing. I'm very thankful for them.
And that money can't transfer to any other fund either, not between those two or any other one. They
You
have
can take restricted money and throw it
What's
to,
actually been spent is
you
so
can
much
take unrestricted
less.
money and throw it to restricted.
But the state.
And then at the end of the year, you can move it back if you did not use it. But if you did not move it back, then it's stuck there forever.
But you can't move it to our general fund or any other fund is what I'm saying. So once it's in that fund,
Yeah, it comes directly to us. It doesn't ever go to the general fund.
And
thank you.
the law is different from the city. We cannot spend general fund property tax dollars on highways
Interesting,
like cities can.
interesting.
Still that way, isn't it, Mike?
I think so.
Yeah. We can, and what we have done is say the money that we do spend on things associated with the highway department, we allocate that to come out of our income tax funds, not the property tax funds.
Got it. Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Mike?
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. So thank you and Brandon for working on Waterfall Road. That bridge was horrible. I sent them a message and said, it's like the road's gone. What happened? And they were working
a whole
on it.
lot
And I
better.
went the other day and it was like a brand new, wonderful road. So thank you very much. I'm sure the people that travel that appreciate what you did.
The road was,
Yeah, it was.
water did take it out. And so what we did on that one, when we did it before to kind of get us by, we put a steel plate on the north side, so that's where the water comes in. Because if water gets underneath between your concrete and your asphalt, it starts peeling it. So we put a kind of like an iron channel on that, and that's really helped it forever. But the way this last rain, when it took it out, was there's one point it was not actually on the bridge, but it was at the end of it. It got underneath the asphalt, and that's what ripped it off, was the water rushing across the top of the bridge. So we've extended that piece of steel and made it go farther, so hopefully it doesn't happen again, but it's slated to be replaced here next year, I think.
Well, it's wonderful for the moment, but
Yes.
before it was really like, it was terrible. But thank you.
Remind everybody too that, the box culverts that they make save our county so much money. It's unbelievable. And also, if, anytime Mike asks us all to come out there and do a tour, make sure you go. Like they do, that man makes all our own signs and everything. I mean, all the things that they've done out there really do save us
Anybody,
money.
if we don't do it as a group, I mean, just call me if you would ever like to have a
It's
tour.
very interesting.
To look at it, we'd be glad to show you and give you more in-depth on it. There's a lot to do out there.
Appreciate it.
Find very many counties that's doing the strip sealing, like it has to patch cracks, but back in the 80s, it was determined that it wasn't a good program to have a guy out there spreading, putting oil in a crack and then shoveling sand on it. We found a better way to get the roads protected than what was being done, and we expanded that, and it's been a wonderful program the last 30 years or more.
And chip sealing only really works well if your roads are already in good shape. I see other counties
It's a
trying to
Band-Aid.
chip seal
I mean,
bad
You're
roads.
trying to protect the water from getting down in the cracks, because that's what will pop it up and get you to the pothole. So we hope to still maintain being the non-pothole county.
And in a lot of circumstances, you're also doing the spot asphalt paving instead of paving a whole road where it's not all needed.
Correct.
That spreads our money
Dollars out.
a lot more area. I think we do an excellent job in the county of using the limited funds we have in the most appropriate way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. We're done a little bit early. Do you want to go through council's budget or something like that for a few minutes?
Either that or the auditor's
Or the-
office.
we can do auditor since he's here.
What do you want?
Yeah, because we've got a few minutes. one. Let's do one more. Might as well get, because we got a lot coming later.
Most of the increases in my department or office are based on price increases that we're, as most offices are running into. For example, let me find it here.
Finance books.
Which one?
Finance books.
Which one?
Finance books.
See, printed office supplies has increased.
Office
reference
supplies,
books.
reference books. Those are things that I've been back to you last year about. Those have both increased. I increased my budget for training and education. In my office, I find it imperative to keep my entire staff up to date on what's going on. I think a good example of that was the new law that the state passed and the questions that came out of it concerning the exemptions that passed through my office. And Max got a view of that last week when we talked about what we can and can't do and what we're supposed to do, which hasn't been all determined yet anyway, just like with the rest of the law.
Yeah.
But that's higher. I do have a request in there for a new person. I've got it labeled executive secretary, 10912. If you have any questions about that, I would like to give an attempt to answer them.
There's a note on this that says you changed your mind and you do not want this position.
I put it back.
So
I changed my mind.
You changed your mind again.
Yeah.
You changed your mind again.
So what do
So
you
we're
want
gonna delete that note.
Yeah, what do you want the
He has not
person to
changed
do?
his mind.
What do you need them for?
That person will perform the duties that I'm required to have in relation to commissioners' minutes, bookkeeping for the commissioners, storage of commissioner items, and contracts, advertising, and so on.
So isn't that being done right now?
That's being
This
done.
office?
Bobby does that.
Bobby
right now.
does that right now.
So
That's
why?
correct.
Why would we hire another person?
Do what?
Why would we pay a whole new person when she already does
I
that?
don't know what would happen to Bobby if I did that.
Well, if anything, move Bobby's payroll into your line and take her out of commissioners or wherever.
Has the commissioners asked for that change?
No,
Oh, okay.
I asked for it.
You asked for it.
Have you had a discussion with the commissioners about that?
On and off the period of time I've been in office, I've talked to Jeff about it a little.
So Mark, you're looking at it from the standpoint of what's required out of the auditor's office.
That's correct.
That's how you're viewing it.
Right.
Not on what's practical or what's happening right now. You're just looking at it from what's your responsibility. Right? I mean, I'm,
Yeah,
that's how
I
you.
bet the practicability of it is something I'm looking at too, and not
Okay.
just having to do it.
But why would we want to make this change when we've been doing it the way we are for 30-plus
And it
years
works
and it's
great.
worked fine? So what's the reason for doing that?
It's required of me.
If it's required of you, why wasn't it required of previous auditors?
It was.
It's always been required. The auditor is to take the minutes. The auditor, I mean, it's all,
Well-
it's,
But there's an exception
A little
unless,
history on it.
well, I didn't mean for you to do a history. I just, yeah.
History.
But that's what you're referring to is based what's the statute.
Yes.
No, because we're not gonna do it.
Okay.
Okay.
Like I said, if anything, to me, just move Bobby's well, I know we're not supposed to use names, but that person's payroll
.1000 position.
into the auditor's office, but leave the job as is and where it is, it just falls under here, and then the auditor's office is doing, according to the statute, what Mark's after.
And Mike, I
Just
have
a
another question.
suggestion.
Then there's $10,000, it's a
Yes.
new, looks like you created your own new line item?
That 10,000 would cover whatever cost would relate to that job in my office.
That's already in the
That's
commissioner's.
already in the commissioner's budget. They already paid that.
All of it's in the commissioner's
It
budget
is,
right now.
and it all needs to
So
probably
you're
just stay there.
requesting not new, you would like to see it transfer to your office. It's
Well,
not
it's new in his budget because he's never had those things in
That's
his
a new
budget.
line
It is
item
new.
in my budget since
Okay.
about 1978. When I left here, it was in my budget.
Right,
But it's not new in the grand scheme, because we're already paying for it, it's just in a different place. But it's new to that office.
It stayed in,
Move the control from one place to another.
it stayed in the
That's what it
auditor's
does.
budget till about
Control issue.
1986 probably. About 86 or 7 is when that changed.
But I get it, if the statute says the auditors to do it,
I think there's already been
It's-
an answer to this from
we-
commissioners and legal
yeah.
counsel that is a requirement unless other, I don't know what the statutory language is, but other steps have been taken by commissioners to accommodate that.
In the words of the previous council member, Al Dillon, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
There you go.
The what?
If it ain't broke.
if it ain't
don't
broke,
fix
don't fix it, in the words of Al Dillon. I haven't heard that name in a long time.
True. Okay.
Well, I
Okay.
recognize what you're trying to do, and I mean, I get it. Just doesn't make sense when it's already being done to add to the taxpayers another $60,000, from my perspective. But I understand what you're trying to do.
For the taxpayers, it would not unless they kept Bobby. It's not.
So you just wanna do.
We're not
switch
gonna
it to
use
your-
names and we're not gonna talk about individual employees in
Yeah.
a public meeting. So I
You're
think that
suggesting to
conversation
just
we
get rid
probably
of
need to.
someone?
I understand what you're trying to do, Mark.
It's a request that I'm making of council through my budget.
Yeah.
It's up to council to allow it or deny it.
All right.
Thank you.
True government process, fix something that's not broke.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. I think that we can go ahead and take a break.
Do you have anything else?
No, wait, is there anything else?
I thought that's all there was.
It's
I didn't
total.
see any other.
Oh, okay. But but just for my the advertising and legal notice expense, that is already in the commissioner's
Yes, it
budget.
is. They have
Okay.
a line item for it.
Okay, all right. Got it. Oh, so the overtime piece too, Mark?
Pardon?
The overtime component, so at this point, you've expended less than $1,000, but you're requesting $4,000 for overtime. When would overtime be?
That overtime change was made in last year's request by me.
Okay,
It appears in this year's budget. It is to cover, it's similar to what the sheriff has. He pays comp time and overtime.
okay,
And so I want to be able to, at the end of the year, or between now and the end of the year, to pay off comp time. I don't like it. It's difficult for me to lay out the schedule for my staff. So that overtime will be used to pay off this comp time,
In the
if
past,
it's there.
even though they're only allowed to have so many hours of comp time in a certain period of time.
Okay.
And they would be over it, but they don't have time to take their time off. So
Gotcha.
we just pay them out the overtime.
okay.
I had a situation with 2 employees, by the time you count, or comp time, sick time, vacation time, what's the other one?
This is only for,
Personal
this
days.
is only overtime.
They'd be out of there 2 months.
Yeah.
I can't operate that way.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it. We will come back after lunch and start in at 1:15 with public health. So we're suspending our meeting until then.
Gradually reducing
He got your attention, didn't he? All right.
We have Mr. Dan Burke from Public Health. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Dan,
Looks like we have 11:59 up on the screen.
I was just gonna ask.
So 11:59, are you ready? Cindy? 11:59 has nothing but employees in it. There are no line items as far as office supplies, no 2,000 or 3,000 lines. Well, there is a 3,000 line, a contractual line. But other than that is all county employees. I'm asking it to remain the same, other than the contractual line. I'm asking that to be raised up to the 90,000 mark. We created that line a few months ago to hire the public health nurse through Virgins, and I believe we supplied it with $68,000 or $68,000 to get us through the rest of the year. And in my calculations, it will take approximately $90,000 next year for the full time at the pay rate and the 35% that we pay Virgins. So with that said, that is still cheaper than hiring that public health nurse at $26.78 an hour and paying fringe benefits. So there's about a $4,000 difference there.
So are any employees paid in this budget paid out of Indiana First?
No, these are all county employees that are paid out of the county fund. As of right now, in January, I was going to have to cut those funds, on Health First Indiana. So I was also going to have to cut positions. At this point, all those positions have been eliminated except for one part-time person. Either they've resigned or we've had to terminate. There's one left being paid out of Health First Indiana.
Do you know yet how much you get for Indiana First?
$414,916 and some odd cents, I believe. 414 is definitely correct. I'm not positive on the 916. Pretty close. And looking in Lao, I noticed on some of the line items in 1151 or 1159, I believe the title on them is still vacant. I'm sure they'll be filled with the employees' names. Deputy Director of Clinical Service needs to have a name with it, and Deputy Director of Environmental Services. In my position. But other than that, in 1159, that is the only modification I've made in that budget, is that increase to $90,000 on the contractual line.
what's the number of that contractual line?
33,200.
Oh, there it is. Gotcha.
And with that said, that $30,000 increase, just to give you a snapshot here, from January 1st to June 30th of this year, our sales have equated to $203,586. So we're halfway. So we're on track to make $406,000 off the environment. That is not including STD collections or Verity payments through the 340B program. This is strictly off statutory requirements.
Does anybody have any questions for Dan? That's all pretty straightforward. What do you have next?
I have 1161, which is Health First Indiana. There is no increase to this one. There's a substantial deduction. We went from 1.552 million down to 414,000. So we've had to cut a lot of lines.
Not what we expected, is it?
What's that?
It's not what we expected to
No,
happen,
it
is
is
it?
not. I mean, I knew a reduction was coming, but I didn't believe it was gonna be that.
Are
So-
there any carryover funds?
There will be. What those look like, I don't know at this point, but I have been very conservative with my money in that particular fund for that reason. So I have other funds that I'm using to circumvent this fund right now. So I have Health Maintenance Fund, which is a legacy fund that will run out this year. I'll have it exhausted. I'm using Local Health Trust as another legacy fund that I'm using in place of 1161. That will become exhausted. And then I'm using the COAC School Grant in replace of some of the 1161s right now. That will not be exhausted, but the other two will be exhausted. The Harm Reduction Community Fund, that is the fund that Reed Hospital donated money to us. They've allowed us to keep that, even though the syringe exchange program is over. That's what this fund was for. And we just sent them an itemized list of what we can spend that money on. That alleviates some of the medical supplies out of 1161. So right now I'm trying to circumvent that so I can carry over as much as I can. Because if you look at the budget, what I have it listed for is $809,000, and I'm only getting $450 from the state. I have to carry over $400,000. Majority of that is in medical supplies, and then contractual, $33,200 and $1161. Medical supplies I really can't deviate from. Just our fall vaccines we reserved is around $135,000. That doesn't include school vaccines, that you have to do in the fall and spring and things. So I really can't deduct from that. The $200,000 in the contractual line in 1161, that is just a number. It can be reduced. If I don't have the carryover funds expected, then that contractual line can be reduced.
So Dana, the dollars we received already from, because there was a healthy balance in the fund report. So the dollars we've received already, those aren't assigned or appropriated to any contracts still, or are they?
They are. So in my last report I ran, I believe it's 1.366 million left.
Right.
Those are, I still have 7 contracts out that I have obligated money
Okay.
to.
All right. So those are obligated dollars that, you're still using some dollars to help, but.
Correct. The obligated dollars I'm definitely using. What I'm doing is using these other funds to take away like office supplies, fuel, things of that nature. I also renegotiated our contract with Stericycle, so I was able to drop that bill from $1,100 to $325. So I was able to reduce the infectious waste pickup by 75% essentially. So I was able to deduct that line out of there too.
Okay.
Nice job on that, though.
Is that reimbursable grant, or is it just,
It's not a grant, it's just a fund.
it's just the fund coming straight from the health, from the
So you could
state?
say there's deliverables with it, with our key performance indicators, certain things we have to do with it, and we report, but it doesn't have like the contract of a grant, it's not a grant.
Okay. Man, there was a lot of work that went into that.
It replaces the legacy funds I just mentioned.
Okay. Thank you.
So with the Indiana First money going way down, then required match will also be much less.
Correct. Yeah, I don't know what that looks like right now, but yeah. Yeah, because it's a percentage of what we receive from the state required matches. You want me to look into that?
What level of funding out of our budget will it take to do what you've got here?
So what I'm asking from council is the $500,000 that we generally get every year for 1159. I'm just asking council to repeat that for 2026, and then we'll try to cover the rest with our sales and our programming.
What kind of balance do you have in that fund now that the sales go into?
Last look, 827,099.75.
Roughly how much a year comes into that?
How much comes into it? Like I said, for the first 6 months, it's, right now we're sitting at $203,500. So if we stay on pace, $406,000, give or take, really depends, ebbs and flows with vaccines, restaurant permits, septic, it just ebbs and flows. But generalization around $350 to $450 a year.
You're talking about the 1161,
No, 1159.
159,
1159.
1159.
And then we have the co-ed school grant, COVID reimbursement fund. That will carry over into next year too. So the COVID vaccine reimbursement, 9181, that is what I'm calling essentially my rainy day fund. That is what I can use. There's essentially no limitations from the state for that. And I use that to correct funds from some error balances over 2 years
Which one are you talking about, Dan?
ago. 9181. That is what I'm considering my rainy day fund. So if I fall short in 1161, if I don't have the carryover, whatever it may be, I can use 9181 to
So you can transfer that and move it, right?
or just prepare a budget for it. And the COAC grant will pay for the part-time nurse. She won't be part of any one of the 1161 or 1159.
And the FEMA grant is reimbursable, right? That's why it's in the hole now?
The FEMA?
FEMA.
FEMA, yes. We're $18,000, I believe, is what we're waiting
Yeah,
on for
yeah.
reimbursements, somewhere in that range. We did just reapply for that, waiting contingent on the health board's approval in August. We should know by August 15th whether we're awarded that money or not to continue that grant.
Grant. It's a grant.
Other questions of Dan?
Is that all? What's this grant we just found out that we had?
Well,
Sure.
So while we're waiting.
So that was her question. She didn't know if everybody needed to be invited and.
well, it must be one from council, one from commission,
Yeah.
and
But in
one
the
from us.
past, all council people have been asked or invited. They don't all show up.
Yeah,
But
okay,
it will be on the 31st of this month at 10 o'clock.
downstairs, because this room is occupied.
When you say downstairs, you mean down at the assessor's?
Yes.
State Board of Accounts exit you're
Exit.
talking about? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so been invited, but if you're not available, it's okay.
Say, when is it again?
The 31st of July at 10 o'clock.
July 31st?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a
Like I
Thursday.
said,
We're gonna do-
reminder out, or trying to get closure or something.
We're gonna do
I think it's
building and
important we
grounds.
all
What do you do, Barry?
get there.
You want to just start with the way your agenda reads, start with Plan Commission?
Start with what?
Plan Commission.
Planning Commission, okay.
Simona. Two commissions come, it's cool.
So the Plan Commission budget there is no change from this year.
Advertise the meeting.
So explain to us what's going on with that position. You know,
So recall that you funded for this year, this position, that is to be a department head over planning, zoning, and the building commission, as well as assisting and potentially migrating into some of the duties that I do. We have talked with a particular candidate on 3 different occasions, and they eventually have turned us down on that. So we were still taking applications. But it's still the intent to fill this position over the next couple of months.
okay.
Is that the position that we allocated some of the money to went into the ARPA
Yes,
account? That's what I thought.
that and the promotion to department head of the current department head of building and grounds.
Building and grounds.
Thank you.
There's no other questions on the planning commission. Next on your agenda is the fairgrounds. That there's only, I think, 2 increases in that. That is utilities, requesting a increase in, I'm sorry, that's not right, that's in building and grounds. In the fairgrounds budget, 1 increase, and that is under contractual. That's a line item that we pay for the mowing of the fairgrounds out of. We have not had had an increase in that contract for several years, and I would anticipate that we'll see an increase in that contract, and the rest of it, there's no changes. That's the only increase or only change in the fairgrounds budget.
Staffing level adequate there? You think?
Well, if you asked me that today, no. We've had, as you know, we took one of the full-time positions, eliminated that, and that's why we went to the contractual for mowing of the fairgrounds. It takes about 40 hours to mow it, so. But we currently have an individual, one of our part-time positions is on workman's comp and cannot work, and one of our other full-time position is on FMLA. So we have one individual there that's triple duty, if you will, and the fair hit at an inopportune time for that. So we've been sending someone out from building and grounds to help them, but that shortens this up here. We also have somebody on building and grounds who was in limited duty, another workman's comp injury. So you asked me, is the staffing level adequate? Not today, but generally it is, yes.
So it looks like every year you go over your overtime line item. Do you just transfer from somewhere else to cover that usually?
Yeah, so, and that's gonna happen again with this person off on
Yeah.
FMLA. They'll go into an unpaid status, so we'll have funds from that line item to transfer to overtime.
Okay.
Would it be beneficial? I mean, not for the budget, but just, well, we can talk about it later, never mind.
Well, if we don't have to raise something, I'm not going to.
Yeah, no,
We
we're
can
fine.
always find money to transfer for it.
Yep.
The budget's large enough to usually have that.
Yeah.
Today.
Any other
Next one on-
questions?
Next one on your agenda is the building commission. Remember that this is the building inspection office. It also covers the weights and measures office. They're in the same budget, and there are no increases in that budget. And then the final one is the building and grounds. Building and grounds, again, one increase that you'll note in there, and that is under utilities. We've just seen an increase in utilities for the last couple of years. See that the 2024, we actually spent more than was actually budgeted. We're on pace to do the same thing for this year, so we would anticipate that continuing into 2026. And remember, we pay utilities for this building, the courthouse, the health building, maintenance building, and the sheriff's garage comes out of this budget. There's several places that we pay utilities.
So the jail, the sheriff's
Jail
office.
has their own, and of course, WellCare pays their own, and then the fairgrounds has their own. But we do the health department and the rest of the buildings.
Hey, Steve, what's in miscellaneous operating? Give me an example, what kind of things you pay for with that 70,000?
So any repairs to our buildings for the courthouse, the annex, the jail, the parking areas that support those buildings, we pay out of CUME court. But we cannot pay for maintenance for the health building, anything that we're responsible for, the WellCare building up and beyond our contract, the maintenance building and fairgrounds, they cannot be paid for out of CUME CAT or CUME court. So that's what that fund is for. is
This
for
one
those.
can't either, can it?
Yes, it can.
Annex is included, okay. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I know. All right, we'll take soil and water. It's a little thing.
Hi. Ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Go ahead.
Okay, so first, from when we presented or, turned in our budget, we will be striking the part-time position. So that can get stricken from our budget as well. We will not have that. I guess, what are the questions on this one? I think, we didn't ask for an increase on any of our line items from this year, to next year. Our only line item that you might have questions over would probably be our miscellaneous operating expense, which deals with our educator position. Currently, her position is funded 30-30-30-10 until this year when WR disbanded. So now we are doing it, they're still supposed to cover 30% this year. Right. Yeah. And then next year, we're just leaving it open. RSD is gonna cover her 40% or 50%. We're gonna cover her 40%, and Union County Soil and Water is gonna cover 10%. Those are all still estimated amounts. There's not been an interlocal agreement completed yet for that position. Those are the tentatively agreed upon percentages.
So where are you at getting a memorandum of understanding with Union County and Sanitary District to do that?
Yeah, what do you know where we stood last?
Last meeting, it was kind of, I think, Sanitary District had some questions that they wanted to, I forget who it was that they wanted to ask, but they needed some questions answered as far as how all that needs to work and when that needs to be completed. And we haven't had another meeting since then to talk about it.
They said for next year they are comfortable. I do have an email from Pat Smoker from RC. He said next year they are comfortable with 50%. So that will be their agreed upon amount is 50%. We just are still waiting on Union County. We would like them to take on more than 10%, possibly move them to 15, but that's still in the works.
And that percentage will also include benefits?
Yes, that includes her salary and all benefits per.
So a suggestion when they do the MOU with whomever, that you put in there who's gonna bill for that? Because we had issues in the past and the county needs to make sure they get those additional funds back, because some years it was a little shaky whether we actually got the money back or not. So we just need to clarify who's gonna bill those other entities for the rest of that, if you would, please.
So I think that in the past, I think that's been billed and going through your accounts, but I think since this reorganization and the educator being a county employee, that probably the county should bill those other entities, so that's important for us to have that memorandum of understanding, which would include us, the county, in that signing of that.
Okay.
And then that the auditor would bill those entities at the proper time to get that money recouped.
Correct.
I talked with Jenny quite a bit Monday about this, and that line item of miscellaneous was used to reimburse the Soil and Water for funds that they were spending out of their money for both employees, including the part-time. And since the educator's position full-time is in this budget that be paid out of our things, then I see no need for that fund, that to be in here either. Is that still correct?
As long as we're only being billed the 10,000. So we've, in the past agreed, we get $10,000 from the state of Indiana. Every SWCD in the state gets one. And we just hand that 10,000 then over to the county to cover Luann's position. But in the past, it's been the county pays her salary, then bills us for her salary, and then we ask for reimbursement of the salary less the 10,000. So Yeah, we pay, like this year, we would pay 34,000 for her, or our portion would be 34,000, but we would request just 24,000 back.
So one thing we need to make sure we're clarify for Mark's department, because we've had it done different ways. WUR, the personnel, I think billed for a while, and then we passed it off to Soil and Water, I think maybe last year or sometime. These guys and ladies have never done it, so they need to make sure, what triggers sending the bill out to those.
Right.
If it's not gonna be Soil and Water, then Mark's gotta have somebody that's
But
that's gonna do that.
Well, that's what I was just asking Amy. I'm not too sure we built them.
No, you
we
haven't.
haven't, the county has it in the past, it's supposed to have been there.
Yeah.
Going forward. So since the county is paying the educator's salary up front, and I think it doesn't make sense for us to do all this transferring money back and forth, that we just need to get reimbursed from sanitary district, from Union County, and your $10,000. And that is much simpler and cleaner in my opinion.
Yeah.
And it also reduces the total amount here. But what that in effect is doing is saying that that position is in reality only costing Wayne County 30%, basically. So is that the way you guys look at it, Jason?
That makes sense, and that's kind of the way, along the same lines as what we were thinking, so.
I know, Mary, you've been involved in a lot of these discussions of the change.
Yeah, I think the gatekeeper there is that any future interlocal agreement that is established between Soil and Water, Richmond Sanitary District, commissioners will be a party to that.
And Union County.
And Union County. Commissioners will also be involved
Yes.
in that for Wayne County, which should be that gatekeeper for billing.
And I think that we should say that you need to get that wrapped up in the next month to month and a half at the most, prior to our final approval of budgets, so we can make sure that everything's in place. And that memorandum of understanding also would contain the dates or what the billing, when the auditor should be billing them, doing that.
Would it be something where you'd want us, like last year, it was billed in October for all of '24, so we were paying ahead? Is that just clarifying?
I don't know.
I think that would be contingent upon the parties and
Yeah.
between the
I think
commissioners and.
In your negotiation with those entities, come to a time frame that you would like that to be done.
Okay.
Probably accommodate that. But we just need to be clear on the amount, who, time, so forth, so that there's no confusion in the auditor's office in getting that taken care of.
Is that, so Barry, it's reimbursement, that's why it's a miscellaneous. Where does this position fall in a department?
Well, now the educator is an employee within Soil and Water.
Right, and that's going away.
No,
Oh, it's staying here.
Stay in there.
Okay.
For the time being.
Okay. But when it says reimbursement, then what happens?
There was, help me with this, because this was created in the 25 budget.
Right, so we,
Because Soil and Water needed to be reimbursed for payments you had made out of your other funding sources outside county general.
right, so we're a special district, we have our own checking account. Our funds are separate from county.
Okay.
So we would be billed for our 30% of her salary, and we would pay the county our full 30%. But our memorandum of understanding was that we would only have to pay 10,000, our 10,000 that we received from the state. So then we would ask the county to reimburse us for that salary lesser.
Understand. A little confusing, but I understand.
Very confusing. It's taken me 2 years to figure it out.
Yeah, very confusing, but okay. Follow the bouncing ball, right?
That's why we said it'd be great if we would just be billed 10,000, like we'll just give you our 10,000 and
Yeah.
go from there.
Okay.
And you guys won't have to worry about that miscellaneous line.
I think that whole arrangement would be much cleaner.
Yeah.
Understandable,
Yes.
should be taken care of without any mishaps. Mark, do you understand what we're talking about now?
I'm trying to figure it out. So, I think what's gonna happen, I didn't quite understand the percentages for 26,
For 26,
the percentages that,
sanitary district's gonna pay 50%. Union County, right now, you're looking at 10, you'd like them to do more. And Soil and Water is gonna do a flat 10,000 towards that.
Plus the county's doing the difference
And the
between
county does the
10,000.
The county's paying the salary of the educator up front.
Oh, yeah. I'm ready to get
And
reimbursed.
we're just getting reimbursed 40 or 50% of the cost, including benefits from the sanitary, 10% including benefits from Union County, and a flat $10,000 from SWCD.
I thought we was getting out of this.
Well, let me ask a question. Jeff, didn't we create a fund for the tipping fees when they do start again for the sanitary district? Those tipping fees, okay. So would it be cleaner to put that employee and make a budget for that, put her in there, and it's billed out and comes back in there? Oh, okay.
No, because the work is gonna be for soil and water.
Well, but it's other entities also, which has to do with,
Soil and water will manage that.
Sanitary district, the way I understand it, has to have somebody that's an educator
right.
to carry out their requirements. So that position will do that responsibility for the sanitary district, do things for the soil and water the rest of the time.
And they're taking that employee for 50% of the time?
How much time they use,
They're paying 50%.
they're paying 50%, so
For
I
next, yeah, for next year, they're gonna take 50%. That's just because they can afford the 50%. But 26 is just gonna be a year to figure out what kind of crossover, because they need her for like stormwater education, which also goes along with some of our education outreach. So we have a lot of crossover educational events.
So maybe sanitary district ought to take her and we pay them back instead of us doing all the bookkeeping.
The county, the educator is considered a county employee, has been.
Well, I get that, but I'm just saying if they're gonna have her 50% of the time more than we're gonna have her, why not say, let you do the bookkeeping piece?
Well, I
Well, that
think,
conversation is taking place in a
For
much
the
bigger
next year.
picture, but we're not to that point.
Okay.
And why do we still have Union County involved in this?
She helps with them down at the,
It's their soil and water. So their Union County and Fayette County have a soil and water together combined. She does educational outreach just for Union County soil and water. And not Fayette County. They don't have an employee at all. So she's really the only Union County soil and water employee.
We were involved in that. Why not Fayette County? I thought the whole thing of get rid of WR was that we weren't doing
But this has
whole
nothing to
thing.
do with WR. This is soil and water.
Yeah, I know.
yeah.
I know.
So it's totally.
Soil and water conservation districts are separate from the recycling.
so we asked them initially to come forward with a plan of how they intended to move forward, and this is their plan for us to consider. And so we're going to put less money into this whole thing now for 26 than we have for the past several years. By union, or by the sanitary district picking up
Taking up half, yeah.
half of the expense.
how much?
50%.
It's always been 50%.
No,
It's
No,
30.
it hasn't.
it's only been 30.
And then it's gonna go to 50.
30, 30, 30, 10, and now it's gonna
Okay.
be 30.
Y'all
Clear
are-
as mud.
Mark, you'll get a copy of the memorandum of understanding that'll lay out what needs to be done and when. So Simona can look for that.
And as far as I know, the sanitary district, their attorneys are laying out the memorandum of understanding. The interlocal agreements are all being drafted by them.
We'll look to get those soon.
Yeah.
And what does the note say last year was wrong? What is that pertaining to?
Originally in the budget, that position was funded a little bit higher because there was a federal rule that said they had to be paid excess to not
Yes.
qualify
If
for
they were
overtime.
exempt or not or
That-
something.
Was taken away,
Okay.
so that salary was put back.
Gotcha.
What it was.
So no matter how we do the bookkeeping, we still want to keep that total there. This is a question. Rather than what it's just going to cost us, because we're getting reimbursed for the difference, right?
Getting reimbursed for the salary plus benefits.
Yeah. But we still want to leave that at the total just because we're going to spend it and then it's going to come back. Okay.
It has to be in here because that position is a county employee to be paid.
Oh, that's true, because it's got to go through the salary ordinance. Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Are we taking this bottom line out then?
Yeah, the
Okay,
20,
that's-
yeah.
Okay.
The two main line items to come out is the part-time line
Mhm.
and the
And that-
miscellaneous.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
So I think going forward, at least for the next year, we got a good plan. It's cheaper for us, which is good.
Yeah.
It addresses the SWCD's needs.
I think the way we left it with sanitary district and Union County as well is that we just need to get through this budget and through next year, and then after we get a full year through, we can kind of look at it again and say, hey, do we need to readjust where we're at and go from there. So it's kind of a, see what we got here for just get something for 26 and
Yeah.
he can give you 15
I
minutes.
wanna help him, I wanna help him out.
it.
Do you want more?
We're good.
Gary, you have a question?
Gary wants to
Yes.
help.
Say you tear down a structure,
Uh-huh.
I'd say $5,000 against it. That goes as a lien against the property.
Correct.
Taxes aren't paid.
Correct.
What's that sell for?
Not very much.
That's what I'm getting. When you file tax lien,
Frequently,
tax would be
frequently,
$5,000.
nobody wants that property. It goes to a tax sale. It then goes to a commissioner sale on a vacant lot because we tore down the building. It was unsafe. And either nobody wants it and it sits there vacant. There's no money coming back. And so that's why we don't take on projects that we feel don't have to be taken for public safety.
The example of the property out on Northwest that we did with the city, the money we put in that, did we get all that back or just a part of it?
Almost. Almost. So we settled with the owners for the amount that they were able to sell the property for. And we got half of it and the city got the other half.
Is that the mobile home park
Was.
that you're talking about? Okay.
Because of mobile home
was
sale.
lovely.
It wasn't a park, but it was a
Sales
Yeah,
lot.
right there on the corner. Yeah.
So according to the fund balance sheet that was just sent out, it looks like there's 19,500 in that.
And
Are you suggesting we
that's what I
should,
would suggest we put in the budget and appropriate.
then I think, since this is non-general fund, we probably ought to go ahead and do that, and then that makes that available for them to use as needed.
And it's
We have a
non-reverting, you can't go someplace else.
Do what?
It's non-reverting, it can't go anyplace
Right,
else.
it'll stay in that fund.
Correct.
We have a motion to take the money in the fund and put it in the budget
For the budget for that full amount.
for the full amount.
I
yeah,
would move
of the
to do
money.
that.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none.
So we'll change that right now, Simona.
That's for unsafe buildings.
For unsafe buildings.
Not unsafe properties, but unsafe buildings.
You know we have to give you a hard time.
Is it unsafe houses that?
I've got all afternoon. He had a 2-day break. He's ready for us.
That's right. Do you want to go to the commissioner's budget?
Not really. Couldn't hesitate.
Did you get that? That was Max Smith that was heckling from the,
That was funny, not really.
okay, what do you want to move to now?
Start at the top.
No, commissioners is
Oh,
fine.
you do?
Start at the big, start at the big cuts you're making.
Okay, let me look through my sheets here and see if I can.
President of Commissioners, is that a big enough there?
That's the president.
Wow,
Wow.
harsh.
Well,
Okay,
let's start at 10:30 and let's talk about this mechanic thing. It's got a note. 10:30.
You're not gonna just let him go? We're gonna
We're gonna
ask our
control it.
questions. We're gonna control
Leave him in
it?
a box.
Okay.
you want to hear about that again?
You want to hear about that again?
We talked about that this morning. We can talk about it.
Yeah, but we're now in commissioner's budget, so I want to hear it
Okay, and so
officially.
the intention of commissioners is to allow the management of this position, which is the mechanic that repairs the cars at this location, the sheriff's department cars and the pool cars and the health department cars, that management of that would move to the sheriff, and we would transfer that line item and the budget line items associated with it to the sheriff to manage. We're working through an agreement with the sheriff that he'll take on that responsibility, as well as not just repairing the sheriff's cars, but all of the pool cars that are based here downtown.
you have approved an additional position that the incumbent in this position would actually be transferred if you're agreeable. As I understand it, you're the only one, you're the body that has the power to transfer an employee from one department to another. That would be transferred to the highway department, where they would take care of the highway vehicles. And the new employee would actually be the one that would report to the sheriff's department.
So I will reiterate my concern, even though we talked about that this morning, in that if we're looking at cuts, a priority in my mind would be positions that have not been filled. We're
Well,
7 months into the calendar
You could
year.
also look at it as we've saved you $30,000.
But I could also look at it as in 7
next
months,
year, yeah.
management and commissioners have not taken steps to do this.
We're taking steps, and we have taken steps. So there are negotiations that have been going on, and
So
we're
it goes from zero
ready to move forward.
to five.
But a year ago, it was presented that this was a very important matter and needed to happen, and it's not happened in a year.
If this is my public chastisement, then
Oh, I'm not chastising
If
you.
it's-
It's
yeah.
my responsibility
If you
to
think-
ensure the taxpayers'
if
money
you
is
think this
protected.
position is not important, then you need to take steps along those lines. I think it is,
I would never chastise you.
not publicly anyway.
So who's doing this now, since it's not filled?
There is a line item in the commissioner's budget that has that, well, it's right there.
I see it, but but it's not filled.
It is.
It is filled
It is
now.
filled.
Okay,
But there also is a new position authorized for the highway department that has not yet been filled.
got it.
Last year, Mike came to us and wanted to add a mechanics position out there because he was going to have some mechanics retire in the near future.
Okay, that was the
He wanted-
conversation this morning.
He wanted to add wanted to get trained on all their stuff. Then this subject came up, and so it was decided that instead of hiring somebody from the outside, they would transfer that person over to the highway department.
This guy originally came.
There's been a number of
I think.
conversations, Misty, and currently Mike oversees this position that works in the sheriff's
The sheriff's
garage.
department, okay.
This will take that responsibility away from Mike and put it on the sheriff.
When we did this a couple years ago, I thought it was all for bookkeeping purposes and records and all that, but it just probably hasn't really worked out well, right? We put this person under the highway
Several
by
years
like
ago,
2 or 3 years ago.
right, longer than that.
There were justifications for it then. Has it been that long?
There are,
Going on 7 years.
Denny Burns was still commissioner.
it has moved back and forth a couple of times, and there are challenges to either
Either
model.
way.
So I think we're trying to ensure that those issues are addressed before we make the switch.
Switch was made when Sheriff Rutter came into office, was it not?
I didn't know it was that long.
Has it switched back and forth since that time?
No, it
Not
was
since that
switched.
time, before that time.
When did that
we've
happen? I was
switched
on the
it since
department
I've been
38
here.
years and it was never under,
It was under the sheriff in the 80s and 90s, I know.
It doesn't matter, I guess, when
No,
we
it's
switched
okay.
it. It's all just
Anyway,
It's
going
not-
back again.
It's not been back and forth.
It's the ping pong mechanic.
I'm lost in the shuffle. Where's the guy working next?
That's like moving a soul in water. I'm like, who's on first?
Mike Sharp is his immediate supervisor. And he works under, for Mike, but he's stationed and works on the vehicle.
Physically
Physically in the garage over at the sheriff's
the
office.
sheriff. But we want to move him back with Mike and Mike's.
No, we want to, well,
Oh.
he's going back to Mike and then we want to hire a new one.
additional.
To be
It's
under
an
the
additional
sheriff.
employee,
Yeah.
and we're saying we need an additional employee.
Uh-oh, we just got Misty's
You
hot
did,
spot.
just got me all.
For
I woke up.
a year or two. Now, maybe a year and a half.
So when Mike has one of his people
Anticipation
retire from
The
a
retirement.
Oh, okay.
See, I hear
Train
that
this
a lot
person.
around here. Some, we're preparing for people to retire, so.
It's kind of tricky sometimes.
Transition.
We have added something before, because somebody was gonna retire, train, and they decided they didn't wanna retire.
Uh-huh,
We're stuck with a new employee.
uh-huh.
That happened in the jail not too long ago.
Could I make a suggestion? Make
Sure.
this easier?
Sure.
Just transfer this person now currently who works at the highway department to the sheriff's department. And deal with Mike's person that he wants to hire
His own
with the
person.
highway department.
My answer to that would be that that's the job of the commissioners to do that.
To do what?
To do what you just said.
Yeah.
Transfer that
I
person.
thought transfer.
My
No,
understanding is if, to transfer somebody would require the council to sign off on it.
we've already appropriated the funds for it. I guess our new policy might say that to fill that, we need to review it.
Well, I think we need to talk to Mike to find out if Mike wants.
This guy or another guy.
That's all been worked out.
It's like food.
Had those
thought it was.
conversations, Mike is fine with this.
Yeah.
The only conversation needs to be had that I understand is the sheriff needs to sign a memo saying that he's gonna allow that mechanic to work on the
All
county's
vehicles.
fleet also.
What do you mean allow?
Yeah, that's not the right word.
Or not allow, or.
That's gonna be his duty.
See, that's the
The sheriff will be responsible for
issues in the past.
taking care of all the cars.
If it's a county employee that's a mechanic, the term allow is misleading.
He will be
Require.
responsible to maintain those vehicles.
They'll be required
I was trying to soften it a little bit there.
take care
Now you're talking my language.
Now I
He's
know what
required or
people
must
dysfunctional.
work
This is
on
the
the
perfect
county's fleet also. And not just the sheriff's department vehicle.
I wasn't chastising you either.
Hey Jeff,
get it right
are you
back to
sure
you.
you wanna do your budget right now? Maybe you need a break.
But from past experiences, I think it needs to be noted in the MOU that if that's who the supervisor is going to be and that's who that employee reports to, he only reports to that supervisor, period. People coming in and out of that garage, telling that mechanic what he should be doing, when he only answered to one person,
I agree.
okay? That needs to be stipulated in that MOU. So wherever department head who's got a vehicle that's gonna be repaired over there needs to understand that. They got a complaint, they go to the sheriff.
To the department.
They don't walk into that garage and have it with the mechanic. They go to his immediate supervisor and let the sheriff address it.
I don't disagree at all.
Yeah.
And
It
this
should
pu-
be
and-
the department head
Well,
of
Italian just got riled up.
whatever vehicle is in
I had
question.
to fight that for 8 years. And I'm telling you right now, let's do it right this time so we don't have to go back and do it again.
And is part of that because of, the guy's got all his tools here
Woke up.
and he's working here and then you wanna send him out there, then he's gotta haul all his tools out there or
It's not fair to the
whatever.
mechanic, it's not fair to Mike, it's not fair to the sheriff or the other department heads for that matter, to be honest about it.
We're not gonna ask anybody to move back and forth just one time.
That's what I was getting at, that's why we want two, because you don't want them to go back and forth and.
No.
Yeah.
Not at all.
So what are we doing right now with this?
Not agree.
All right. I want popcorn. This is like
Let us
what?
get it done in the next 30 days. How's that?
Brad is gonna take care of it.
Yeah.
Nothing.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
After all.
It sounds like
What we said this morning, we'll get it done in the next 30 days.
Okay.
Sounds like the
Lordy have
commissioners and the
mercy.
sheriff will return to us with what they are going to do.
They're gonna have
And
a
when it
plan.
requires a transfer of the funds for tires, for parts and all of that, then we will have to act on that.
And I'll check with Ron again on the transfer of the position, but either way, if you don't need to approve it, then let's do it. Okay. Any other questions on that?
We got rid of the minor problem here. Let's look at.
Was that the minor one?
Was that the
minor one?
A couple of things. Just want to remind you, Social Security and retirement contributions are tied to salary. So as salaries go up, we need to increase those line items as well. So, we can, depending on how you plan to set the budget for advertisement to make sure you have enough room, either pick a number, 5% or whatever, and increase them now, or just make sure that there's room to increase those when you decide on what the salary increase might be, if there's even a possibility of a salary increase. Moving on down the line. Again, tires and garage and motor supplies are those line items that would be transferred with the mechanic. The Centerstone in line 33,180 is a number that we're given by the state. It's still a requirement
Okay.
unless the director of that organization is paid more than $400,000 a year. That was new legislation that just took effect in July 1. So we'll keep an eye on that. Contractual professional, we are continuing to be in a project-oriented basis right now, and so we have a lot of contracts out there with engineers and architects and attorneys. So we also use that line item to implement the things through the HR department that we're doing with for our new insurance program, where we're contracting to get driving record background checks. We do drug screenings and those kind of things all through that line item. Postage and freight, here's something that actually just came up today in a conversation.
Which line you on?
I'm sorry. 33210. 33210. So postage and freight actually includes the clerk's postage and freight usage. That is becoming very significant. When they do a lot of trials, they have to send out certified letters to jury pool and those kind of things. So Tara and I talked to Brad a little bit about the possibility of splitting that line item in some way, and I don't have a good idea of, at this point, how much of that is used by this building versus Tara and the courthouse folks. I know the sheriff has his own postage line item. So if we could split this so that the clerk can manage their own postage and we manage the postage for this building, I think that would make sense. Don't know why it's been set up this way for so long, but we can, again, I talked to Tara, she said, let's pick a number. If we divide it in half and see where we're at, if we have to come back to you and transfer money from one to the other until we get a better handle on how much is where. But that way Tara can manage her own line item, her own bill.
You intend to come back before we adopt a budget and give us numbers to split?
Do that, and if you're agreeable, we could go ahead and transfer part of it this year yet and see how it goes. Let's see. Yeah, we've talked about insurance. I think we've got numbers in there that will accommodate not only the first 6 months of next year, but remember, we renew our insurance programs July 1st. So we've tried to build in a little bit of increase for the second half of the year. It's a guess, and so hopefully we're close. But again, like we've done in the past, we may need to come to you and say, it went up more than expected this year, and we need to transfer some money to make that work.
Before you go farther, 33,420, your workers' comp line,
Yes.
I had in my notes that you needed to add $25,000 to that because of the audits every year. We talked about that in the earlier meeting, sometime this year.
Well, that would be close.
Increase workers' comp line in commissioner's budget due to
Payroll
yearly
audit.
audit. Yeah, 25,000 is what you had said back then.
You're jogging my memory.
Yeah, you built
I
it in.
think it's based on the actual payroll. And that would make sense to raise that.
Well, so wait, so it's already at
We're in good shape
It's
for
at
this year.
180.
180, right? But if you look at where we were for 2024, it was 130,000. So if you add 25,000, I mean, they've gone above that.
So we're
Told us
self-insured
that this year in a meeting. All right, that's why I
Self-insured.
wrote it down.
up to X, I forget the number. Kim, do you have that in your
On
head?
work comp,
On workman's comp,
we're fully insured. on
Fully
work-
insured
We're
now?
fully
Okay.
insured on work comp.
they do an audit every year of
Yeah.
what your payroll was, and you
So
said
this is the,
Yes.
so
you have to pay
so this
extra.
is the premium.
It's the premium, but it's
Right.
based on payroll, and
Payroll.
because we
Yeah.
renew in July, and when the audit takes
Yeah.
place,
Then
it
it
was
goes
either
up.
pay me now or pay me later, build that extra for salary, or they will bill us after the audit.
Yeah.
That was our choice.
So
I'm just going by.
if the payroll is gonna go up, then the
You know you're gonna
premium
need
will
more,
go up.
yeah.
I expect it will.
But this was because of their yearly audit. That's what you
Yes.
had said,
Payroll, right,
yeah, the payroll audit.
But
Okay.
So it depends how many people we have.
So realistically,
down
we
during
probably
the year.
need to make that number a little larger.
no, you don't. Not based on history.
Every year, he's come back to us and said,
And,
we need additional money.
Did we
So-
add
Well,
any-
Not sure about.
No,
workers'
Should
comp.
we
so
add
2024, it approved 130,000, they expended 88,000. In 2023, we expended 135,000. So far, we're at 80,000. So 180 is plenty.
Well, I don't think that the current numbers, 25 expended is accurate. I know some cases that the numbers in this spreadsheet are not.
We'll get
they
the
projected
actual
it.
premium, we'll get the actual premium expenses for this year.
more this year.
Yes.
This is one I
That's why I wrote this down.
don't track regularly, so thank you for the note.
Did it
Kim?
include it? It's, I'm sorry,
Make a note and we'll,
I will, but just an FYI footnote on this, were they recommending 10%, you said?
I think you need to,
We'll get that.
you need to look at it and get back with us
yes, we will.
on something
Yeah,
that we can
exactly.
adjust this.
We just wanted to build it in there instead of you having to come back and ask.
Thank you.
And then as workers, as, the insurance comp business package, that's the premium? Is that the actual premium?
Yes.
Because that's a double, right?
No,
It's not double.
It was
uh,
555.
It went up, last year it went up by about, I would say 18%, and then this year it's going up 10, just under 10%, 8 point something.
Yeah, they've already told you, haven't they?
It's, yeah.
Yeah, wow.
So, again, the complicating factor is we renew on July 1st.
Oh,
And
okay,
we don't know until,
okay.
that covers the first 6 months, but the second 6 months could be at an increase.
So there
Honestly,
again, that number, you were going to figure that all out and
Yeah,
put that number in
That
here.
number, and I think,
With a 10% increase is what we said earlier, and you said the actual increase was 5.49.
now it was
That's
more
what you
than
said in a meeting. I wrote
it
it
probably
down.
was in the premium, but we don't know the audit amount.
In the premium.
okay.
Research that and return.
You were gonna,
All right.
you were gonna do a year's worth plus from the beginning of the year till July, till
Correct.
through June to have the right amount in there for the year.
Correct.
Okay. That's fine.
Transfer station goes up every year, and we factored that in. Whitewater Community TV, that's line 33,580. So, we've had discussions back and forth on this. We were at 25,000 as a contribution. It seemed like the general consensus was we wanted to increase that. And so we put in the estimate of what our annual franchise fees are. That's $32,000 roughly. And so that's what I put in the budget. Since then, we had that memorandum of understanding that spelled out $5,000 a month through December 31st.
Has that been agreed to by both sides?
Correct,
And
correct.
You
And
got a
agreed-
signed up, you got a
agreed to
signed up.
provide an additional $17,500. So that's all sealed for the balance of this year. I don't have a clue what we want to do for next year. I think
The same,
the
we need like
intention,
60,000 in there, don't we?
correct.
Yeah.
And, you know, the intention, my intention was, let's take a few months and see how this works and see where we're at, how many hours it really is.
So.
I agree with that.
And then, you know, you can put a placeholder in there. Right now it's 32,000, but if we continue with this model, it would be 60,000.
But well, I'm with you. I mean, I agree that we see, because we really don't know.
Don't,
Yeah.
we
It
don't.
could be less, it could be. So seeing, I think that makes sense.
If we pull it back in-house, that may be more than enough. But if we leave it with CTV, it's probably not there.
Well, if we pull it back in-house, then we're still providing them with all of the franchise fees. In fact, if since the legislature reduced the franchise fee from 5% to 4%, we're gonna have a 20% decrease on this $32,000 now, so.
It's still a little bit
Franchise
more.
fees would be less than this. So, you know, by $6,400 roughly. So we've got a little time, you know, if you want to put a different number in there, have no problem with that. But that number is based on the current franchise fee collection for a year.
As a placeholder, I think I'd leave it at the 32.
The next line, animal shelter, I'm proposing $85,000. This year you have, you gave us 70,000. I think I requested 100,000. You gave us 70. We are, and it could just be that because it's the summer months, but we're paying help about 5,000, a little over 5,000 a month since the weather got warm, so for the last 3 or 4 months. Which would be more than the 50,000 that we originally talked about. Then the balance of that we were going to use on other animal control projects. We have done some of that with the Animal Care Alliance. We've done some low-price clinics, and we're in the midst of working with the help shelter to on a maintenance project in conjunction with the Wayne County Foundation that will allow them to rehab some of their kennels. We are, I think, in a good place with help. There's a very good relationship between our animal control officer and the help shelter. They work well together. They work collaboratively together. That is way different than the relationship we had with the former shelter that we worked with. So I want to do everything we can to keep that going. Brad, any comments on the help shelter?
No, everything you said is right on point, so.
So 85,000 is the suggestion. Again, we understand that the pressures you're under this year, so we'll take what we can get, but I would project that just the payments to help for the animals that they take from our sheriff's department is probably going to be above 50 and maybe as much as $60,000 for 2026. It's just based on recent activity. So there you go. Any questions on that? Okay.
So you're saying that the 70,000 that was budgeted last year is more than ample just to cover the per animal charge?
Correct. not enough to work with help to improve their situation so that they continue to be able to accept animals that we need placement for. I don't think there's much change until we get to the ambulance service. Ambulance service is on a 5-year contract, and we're going into year 5, I think. 4 or 5, I think this is year 5.
26 will be year what?
I think 26 will be year 5. And so at the end of 26, we would need to renegotiate. So we'll need to start that process at some point in 2026. This is, again, the contractual increase in ambulance service provided by Reed Health. We've been happy with the service that's been provided. They meet all of the criteria that are set out in the contract in terms of response time and having units available. So, they do a good job. And we'll see how that translates in the next year.
Hey Jeff, can I ask you a question about one we bypassed? Burial of soldiers and sailors. This may seem like a silly question, but is that money there to bury a soldier or a sailor that has no family and no one to do anything? No. So what is that?
$100 payment to help bury veterans.
So if the coroner has some of these people that are deceased, nobody claims, and if they could prove they were a veteran, could $100 go towards helping with that? Okay.
Yeah, he'd need to work through the
office.
veterans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Jeff, is that something that's required, or is that just something we do?
I honestly don't know, Max. That's been done forever.
Yeah, I know it has, and
So I don't know.
couldn't answer the question from that.
It's never come up. It's never come up. I don't know. We can check.
Not that I'm wanting to take it out, but I just wondered if it is a requirement or if it is just something that we do.
I don't know. I'll find out for you.
Okay.
All right. Vehicle maintenance is another one of those line items that would transfer to the sheriff's department. Insurance deductible, remember that we've had to increase the insurance deductible line to $5,000 per incident, and I think that's something that we need to pay. We have several.
That's a sizable
accidents a year.
increase in that.
Well, I don't.
5 to 42.
I'm not doubling, but we had to double the deductible.
Oh, okay.
Went from 25 to 5,000. So again, if you need to cut, we can cut, and we'll see if we can't find money to transfer into that line if it becomes an issue.
Jeff, did you say the vehicle maintenance should go to the sheriff?
Correct.
Okay, because the guy, back to the guy that, I don't know where he is.
Follow the
that
bouncing mechanic, as Misty
fund
said.
will go
No,
with
that was bad.
guy that's gonna stay at the sheriff's office, not the guy that's going to the highway department.
To be the guy that's going to the sheriff's department.
Okay, I just wanna make sure, thank you.
Okay.
So it has a question mark, but that's gonna happen, right?
I would anticipate that it will.
Okay.
Brad's gonna make it in
Brad's
30
gonna make
days.
it.
30 days.
So-
We're gonna see if I can get certified as a
So the-
mechanic in 30 days.
Exactly.
The miscellaneous contingencies, 25,000 max and both? So there's not ever,
That's been a bone of contention in this
Okay.
place for a while.
back to your days when you were commissioner, was it a bone of contention?
When that was implemented back in the late 80s, it carried back then, which was a lot of difference in dollar value, It was either 200 or 250,000.
Okay.
That went to zero a few years back.
When Jeff was on county
Didn't
council?
council plaster?
When it count, was it Jeff?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank
I'm
you.
okay if you wanna increase it to 200.
Now, when the proposal last year was to put it in at 25,000, I voted no. So I have no problem with coming to you guys and saying, this is what we're contemplating doing, this is how much it's gonna cost. It's your pleasure.
Okay.
But, it's there, we're gonna ask for it again, and, we will use it appropriately.
We have used it wisely.
I think we can leave that.
What'd you say, Brad?
We've used it
Oh,
wisely.
no, you'll see.
Well,
We have
I will say, I think maybe when Linda Porter was here, we needed a machine of some sort, copy or something in the treasurer's office, and we came, she or I, somebody, and the commissioners paid for it out of that little fund because it was only like $4,000 or something, rather than have to go to council and do all that. They, I believe, paid for it.
Yeah.
Does that sound right, Jeff? Back in the day?
It sounds very right.
Yeah, I think that's
But that's
when
not,
you had funds.
that's not been back in their budget very many years, though. I don't
It's
think.
just, this is the first year.
Yeah.
So we're only 6 months into it.
Back when it was originally started, communication between commissioners and council was pretty constant on how that was used, and it was not used on anything that council wasn't aware of, and so forth. It was eliminated when the commissioners used that money for something that council at the time thought was not appropriate. So that's the way council addressed it, took that away. And now it's starting to come back.
We might need it, I'm just saying.
Max did a pretty good job of explaining.
Good job, Max. I'm just curious if he was one of the commissioners that, at the time.
In some ways it helps when you've been on both sides, in some ways it doesn't.
Absolutely, I would agree with that. Just the sheet I passed out to you, if there's time, a quick general fund budget. The sheet I
It's the
passed out
TIF.
is for the redevelopment commission. There is a separate redevelopment fund. I gave this information to Simona late last night, and so she's gonna work on putting it onto the appropriate budget forms. I don't think there's been a budget. Last year, there was legislation that required that the redevelopment commission would produce a spending plan. And so we did it for the first time, and actually the numbers in the right-hand column, the typed numbers are last year's spending plan. And,
Would you say last year's 24 or
25?
25?
25, sorry, the current year, but we did it last year. So the penciled-in numbers are estimate for what we'll need for this year. This has not been officially approved by the redevelopment commission. The meetings of the redevelopment commission are pretty sparse. So we've had one this year, and we talked about it a little bit, and they asked Beth and I to put together some numbers. So we'll actually take these back, but I think the plan is to actually create a budget for that fund, and this would be the tentative budget. So if it needs to go in so that it can be advertised, these would be the numbers I suggest. We would then take it back to the redevelopment commission for final approval and come back to you and say, yes or no, there've been these tweaks, or this is the budget that was approved.
So what is the projected income into the TIF funds to be received?
The projected income is around $1 million. Most of that comes from, half of that, about 500,000 to 600,000, I think. About 400,000 a year is spent. Now, see, I don't have notes on this, but I think it is $1 million. Anyway, the primary expenditure is for the bond issues for Sugar Creek and Dot Foods. And so 100% of the tax payments from Dot go to pay their bond issue, or 100% of what's captured. And 90% of what's captured for Sugar Creek goes to their bond payments. They're paid twice a year. I think it's roughly 200,000 each payment, and so a total of maybe around 800,000, and that's why we've budgeted that much. So
So you have a big balance in there?
there's a fairly significant balance, and we're trying to work through, is it going to be this much? There's a couple of projects, infrastructure projects in the industrial park that we'll need to look at whether we can afford to pay for them out of this, or whether it's would need to be a combination of redevelopment dollars and edit dollars. So we're still looking at that, but you have to have this spending plan in place by December 1st to be able to spend anything.
You can't spend it. If you don't put it in a budget, we're not allowed to spend it, are we?
Correct. We can make changes to the budget if we put it together, but if we don't do one, my understanding is can't spend any money for that year. So that would be especially problematic with the bond payments. And anything else you want to talk about?
On the TIF, is this something we would have to, I know we can approve the budget, but do we have to appropriate all these dollars for? Correct, we do?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
No, we don't have to spend them all, but if we don't appropriate them, we can't spend them.
creating and approving the
Council
budget.
loses control once we appropriate all the dollars.
It's redevelopment anyway.
Redevelopment Commission has the
So
spending.
I have PTSD from across the street with redevelopment. So just give me a 10 of mercy here.
We're good.
Yeah.
They've come out with some
I said I have PTSD.
And what I said is you have 2 members of the 5-member redevelopment
We're on
commission as council members. So Gary
Okay.
and Beth are board members. I am a board member, and then there are 3 at-large board
All right.
members.
Thank you. Okay.
So I think we're in pretty good shape there.
Thank you.
But by having a budget, that means when it's all done,
Yeah, we had
those
to do a
funds are
budget too,
appropriated,
but
ready to.
Yeah.
The council had zero control once it was appropriated, so.
Just within the last couple of years, you've had to appropriate the money. Haven't appropriated.
Okay,
The
It's never had a
legislature
budget.
changed a lot of stuff about redevelopment, so.
okay. Thank you, guys.
Any other budgets you want to talk over with me?
Are there any more you want to be in charge of? I think we're good.
What about the Cap Cume development?
Yeah, one thing
Yeah,
I
we
wanted
can't go
to
through those
talk
now.
about there, and this has just come up in the last couple of weeks, but we're reviewing the elevator project that we've been talking about now for a year and a half. We have a contract with LWC to put together the design and engineering and to bid the project. But you'll remember that last year, we didn't accept the one bid that we got. There were problems with a flue in the shaft on the south end of the building. There has been a lot of work done in the last few months to clean out that shaft, to make sure you know what's in there, and that anyone who is interested in bidding on that project will be able to see everything that's there. Know that there's no asbestos in the shaft, it's been tested, and be able to put together a bid that we think would make more sense. The bid will be in 3 parts. Demolition of the flue and removal of the flue, as well as opening entries on the first, second, and third floor that are part of, would be ultimately the doors into the elevator, but they need access to that flue, so they're gonna go ahead and do that to get the flue out. Then on the second floor, there is a memorial to Civil War veterans, which is a very elaborate marble piece that's big and heavy. And so that's a separate part of the bid that will be moving that to the stairwell between the second and third floors on the south end of the building. And then the third part is installation of the new elevator with an alternate of renovation of the existing elevator after the new elevator is installed. So we don't think that last year's bid is a good indicator of what the ultimate cost would be. I think by the end of this year, there'll be about $1.5 million in the cum cap fund. And so I think that's one of the areas that you should look to help fund that project. You know, we've also got a couple $1 million, close to $2 million available from the project account. And there's money in other places, but I think that's the most logical. It is restricted in how it can be used. And so, you know, my preference has always been to try to maintain the dollars that can be used the most widely. This one, again, has restrictions, but one of those is capital improvements to the courthouse. So I think it makes logical sense to consider that. There is not, at this point, a budget that would allocate the whole 1.5 million. I think we could actually also, budget next year's projected revenue as well. So it would be closer to 0.8 or 9 million that could be budgeted. At this point, we don't really have a clue as to where those bids might come in. Do we have a timeline on those bids, Steve?
Yeah, there'll be a pre-bid meeting July 30th, and then commissioners will receive the bids August 13th, something like that.
Okay, so before your budget needs to be finalized, but again, if we're advertising before then, and I think, Mark, what's the date for advertisement of the budgets? You guys have that? So, you know, once the budgets are advertised, you cannot exceed those numbers.
So public.
Sheet put out.
I put out a sheet and I didn't bring it with me.
Oh, public hearing is on October 1.
When's the advertising?
Advertisement,
The first advertising.
I think it's like August the 1st, but
Oh, advertisement, September 1st.
September 1st, okay. So we've got a little time, but
So we need
it's
to make,
something to
we
consider.
need to make sure that our budget requests are more than adequate to cover everything, so that at the end, we're not restricted.
And the same with county edit and consolidated edit. I think, didn't we last year get into a timeline crunch, and we had to appropriate those dollars in January because we didn't get them advertised in time.
Whatever, we didn't get it done. We have to do that after the first of the year.
Okay. I'm not chastising you, Barry, I'm just,
Oh, I call that sparring, that's okay.
I love it.
1160 ID security protection is a budget that's
Yeah, I have that on my list.
on our sheet in the non-general. No, that's in the general fund. There's
No, that's a non-general.
non-general. No department identified, $4,000. Newly added, need council approval. Any idea what that is?
not off the top of my head.
What was it called?
ID per security protection?
Number 1160.
It's in the fund report, it's
Mark,
ID
it's under Mark,
security
it's
protection.
1160, it says ID security protection.
It's in the
What is
general.
it?
Yeah, it's one of the fund that needs council approval, so it's why we added.
But do we know what it is?
Oh, okay. I don't know, I don't know why you need that.
Yeah,
Why
it says
does
it's
say-
new.
We find
added.
stuff, we
We
find
find
things
just
from the
some-
state all the time.
Yes, statutes and
About
stuff, and
budgets
then
that
we
we
find
have
like
not
which.
given to
I
you,
can, yeah,
not just me,
I
but
can give you paper stuff about it later if you want.
Where's the money coming
Who
from?
requested $4,000? That's what, we don't know
And
who
we've
it
also
Write a
is.
check.
spent money out of there.
You got a
Spent
check?
money out of there?
No.
Expenditure, oh,
No, not yet.
No, it's just.
year-to-date 3705.
They got a check.
I'm looking at
It's in-
July
Seats
15th.
since the first of the year.
Well, y'all don't have the same one you do. Are you in ID security protection?
Yep.
Yeah.
Year-to-date expenditure,
Kathy,
it was 1160, Mark, first page.
You demand.
Well, that's
You
what,
look to the
that's what
far
Barry's
right,
asking.
year-to-date expenditure 3705.
I will give you information after the break,
Yeah.
because I need to go to different systems.
Okay.
Kathy, I thought you were our expert in all those little funds that nobody knew
I
what they
didn't do
were.
all of them, Jeff, just a lot of them.
Could you
Just
look
the
into
biggies.
that one?
Yeah, the biggies.
I mean, it says it has an ending balance of 19,000 right now.
As of today.
Yeah.
Or yesterday.
Oh, you're in the fund,
Yeah,
oh,
but
are
on
you
the
sure
budget
you went, you're in the
spreadsheet, there's
fund
no history.
report?
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah,
But
okay.
it has expenditures and receipts on the
In
funds.
11,
in the
I think
funds.
what
Probably doesn't require.
What
a
Mark's
lot.
saying is that this is the first year we've tried to do a budget on that, is that correct?
that's
They
correct.
told us we have to do a budget on this, is that why?
We come across things from the state all the time telling us, you need a budget for this, and and in the past, I don't think auditors always paid attention to it, and you didn't get
It's
them.
recorders fund. It's the same like 1217, we added that one this year, and 1160, and we discussed it with recorder, and they agreed that it will start to be part of projection. It's coming from recorders, so recorder just put those 4,000.
ID security protection for recorder's office.
Yes.
So is it, so
And
it's,
it
but it's
requires
general
appropriation by
fund?
statute.
It's general
No.
fund?
It's a separate fund.
It's separate fund, it's 116.
Well, it receives money, we pay money out of it all the time, it looks like here, so
Well, we have
we
this
have.
year anyway.
But now, if they say we need a budget for it,
It's the same like 1217, we added it this year too.
Yeah.
I added it this year, but they already had budget, so next year you will see it there automatically. Those two funds, we found out it's supposed to have appropriation, so we just tried to do that.
1217's elected official.
That's the one we talked about
So we
earlier,
need to
the
ask
5
Deb, we need to ask
people.
Debbie what that's for.
Yeah.
So those two funds are
She might have to do a little like more than she's.
So yes, she did the budget, yes. Records.
Well,
So that's one as grant, as the grant person for the auditor, you will keep the information on what that grant is, where it comes from, and that's part of what she will do.
if you have no further questions for me, I would just like to
Oh,
say.
yeah, you're still up there.
Good for me to stand, so.
We're just not used to.
So I do have, wait,
I appreciate our ability to work together on these things,
I do too.
to talk through these questions, to be chastised, but not to take it personally, just to take it
It's
as
just Barry.
we're
Glad
working
it's not
together
me.
for a common
You
cause,
today.
for the betterment of Wayne County. I think that's great, and I hope that continues forever, so.
He
I
has
have
a
another
question.
question you may or may not know.
Wait a minute, so am I gonna have to change what I just said?
No. Infraction deferral program, does, what's
That
that?
has
That's with
to
the
do
prosecutor,
with,
I think.
Tickets.
yes,
Okay, so that's number 7102.
He talked about that.
we should have a, I think, don't we have a budget for
I thought one of them
71 or
mentioned it in
2?
the-
Prosecutor's office.
Goes to the prosecutor's
Yeah.
office.
he didn't say anything about it today.
They can go in
Think
and
so.
they can pay the infraction and the fines and the court costs. And through a deferral program, they don't get points on their driver's license.
So where's that money go?
And they're-
I think it goes to the prosecutor's office.
That's the prosecutor's discretion.
It's discretionary fund.
Okay, so
He's
there's,
got more than one.
there is a, okay, there is a budget in here, 7102. And the only thing that's on there is miscellaneous operating for $4,000.
And there are some that have to be appropriated and some that do not. And I would have to look up, because I don't remember which ones do.
And
which
as
ones
of-
don't.
Schools are one of them, they don't have to.
Not all grants take appropriations.
Right.
As of yesterday, the balance in that was $8,607.
And those expenditures are at his discretion.
Okay,
Yes.
so we need to follow up with them on this budget that's in here.
I would get with Mike, yeah, or Ashley, one of the two, and see what they,
So who's gonna do that?
I could do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
And I can save my question for our work session later, because it kind of ties into what we'll be talking about. It's just knowing that in 2020, is it 2027? The edit tax, the low tax will phase out, and we'll have to vote a different perspective. So
And that may be changed before that too.
if there are no changes, my concern is, I guess I don't want that to catch us by surprise and to find out if we need to start having those conversations of what that looks like sooner rather than later on the contract that we have for economic development services.
There's a lot of things that's still hanging from Senate Bill 1 and the other bills on that. The LGF's working on a lot of things that don't have answers yet, so I think we need to keep it in mind, but I think it's something addressed next year, which possibly the legislature could change some of that stuff this next session. And I know Representative, it's the.
Thompson.
Yeah, he says that he's working on a bill right now to tweak some of those things that happened this year.
I sure hope it makes it better and not worse.
Misty, I will tell you that I spoke to the executive committee for the EDC about that
Yes.
issue, and that currently edit tax is going to be phased out at the end of 2027, so they're aware.
They're aware.
They know that we want to work with them on
Okay.
how we keep it going. But,
Okay.
we'll continue to work.
I mean, if they're trying to tweak it, my concern is keeping it in the. I don't want us to not be in
He
a,
gave us his.
I want us to be able to figure out what we need to do.
Absolutely.
All right, we're ready to move on to Purdue Extension Office. Hello.
Are you Molly?
Yes, good afternoon.
Yeah.
My name is Molly Hunt, and I am the Regional Director for Purdue Extension here in East Central Indiana. We have had a lot of changes recently in the Purdue Extension Office, so I wanted to first start by introducing and recognizing our local staff. Our 4-H Youth Development Educator, Kendall Bethany, and Julie Wilson, our County Extension Director. So, as you know, like I said, we had some changes in our office. So I guess really the big piece of news I have for you guys is I'm coming to you and I would like to amend our budget proposal for our contractual services line. That is listed in the proposal at $132,680. So we would like to reduce that down substantially to $58,830. And that is really to look forward and bring us into alignment with the upcoming 2026 contractual services document that we will be having with the county.
So please talk about what this kind of change in management and service, what do we look for from a service standpoint from you now or going forward versus what we know have had for the last many years?
Right, thank you, that's a great question. So we had traditionally had personnel-based contracts, and so what we're looking at is a service-based contract. And you won't see a big change in the day-to-day services. What we hope to do is provide you with more, bring in more expertise, bring in more of the power of the university. We know in the world we live in and in the state things are operating regionally. What that means for your local office is that you'll retain a local 4-H youth development educator and a county extension director. They're both Wayne County residents. And then
we hope to work in partnership with the extension board, the council, the commissioners, whoever would like some input on what that second position looks like here in Wayne County. So we would post another position for Wayne County whose duty station would be here located at the fairgrounds. And then we would continue to provide all of the other services that the county has been receiving. We would continue those with more of a regional approach. So if you look at, last year's contract or 2 years ago and then this year's contract as we look forward into 2026, we would still provide those services, but again, just on a regional basis.
On a regional basis? So we won't have focus here in Wayne County only?
No, we would continue to partner with Wayne County and be a great partner here. The 4-H youth development educator will have a strict, county-based focus, and then we would hire another individual whose duty station would be in Wayne County. And that's reflected in the 58,830.
So we would have 3 full-time folks in our office here.
I'm sorry, 3 or free?
3.
Free. That would actually be 2. So that reduction of roughly $75,000 takes that third person out.
Is that the extension director then? It would not be based strictly in Wayne County?
Oh, yeah, okay, so thank you for that. I didn't understand that question, sorry about that. So Julie actually serves as the county extension director in Wayne County and in Randolph County. Again, Kendall started and joined us in November, and extension is a really big job, especially 4-H. So we wanted her to be able to target all of her efforts on learning the 4-H program, getting up to speed, and having a great, excellent county fair, which we definitely did this year. So we brought in experienced, trained leadership from Randolph County to provide that county extension director leadership.
I'm so confused.
So what percent of her time is she in Randolph County versus here?
It's about a 50-50 split. Again, with the way we do the work we do, a lot of that can be done. I don't want to say remotely because she's not at home, but covering on that regional basis.
And is that the region, Wayne and Randolph County?
No, that's a great question. Thank you. So with this change, the university wanted to pilot this new service model. So the university selected 2 pods, if you will, in the state of Indiana. One of them is over in the eastern part of the state, including Tippecanoe County. And then the second pod is here in east central Indiana and includes Wayne, Delaware, Henry, Randolph, Blackford, and Jay. So it'll be a 6-county pod.
So somebody in the county's got a question about a tree in their yard. They call the office and what happens?
Yep, they call the office, and Justin Curley is the person who's currently providing Ag and Natural Resources question and support here. So he's been with us for over a decade. He's also a Wayne County resident, and he's been conducting home visits and going and answering consumer questions, scheduling pesticide applicator classes for the coming year, as well as Master Gardener classes for the coming year.
So looking at the budget then, there says there's a secretary position. So is that gonna be filled or not be filled?
That position has been filled by Sherry Timmons.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was Debbie Cates's position before she passed, and so that position has been filled, yes. We also have Delaney Oliger, who has been with us since the 1st of June and is staying with us through August and the state fair to provide additional 4-H youth development support for the fair and for all of our youth here in Wayne County. And like I said, we're working to identify what that second position is gonna be, whether the county chooses to have more of an ag focus or if they wanna go with a more health and human sciences or community development focus.
So who decides that?
That's gonna be something that we, the university, would like to co-create with you guys. We want to provide what's the most beneficial to the county. So that'll be something to meet with the extension board and our external stakeholders. And certainly if there's any input from county government, we would love to receive that as well.
Gary, are you on the extension board?
I'm on the extension board, yes. This is coming at a good time because, our previous extension agent resigned. So it's coming at a good time to try this new programs that Purdue's coming out with. Maybe one of the reasons it's coming out with is the state's probably not going to give them near as much money as they've had in the past. They've got to come up with a new program. So this is a pilot program here, and hopefully it'll work out great.
Yeah, and we would really, when people say pilot, we would be looking to Wayne County to have, a continuous feedback loop to make sure that if there are any questions, any concerns, local government officials
this. So I just, okay.
And IT had some numbers to get for us also to add, but
I'll follow up with the sheriff on the mechanic.
There you go. Please do.
It's a good thing for you.
Are we talking about the mechanic?
Thanks, Barry. Thank you guys for taking care of that for me.
Will you take care of that, Barry?
Let's know when you get that done.
Kathy, yes, we do take papers.
do we? I just wondered, I thought if we're buying it for here and there, we should, but
We take it,
They just
we
want
take
mine.
it.
So I guess we gotta suspend our meeting till 4:00.
Fairground.
sorry, I didn't think about soil and water. And the annex and the courthouse and the health department also.
Pardon?
Thank you, Steve.
We think we do.
We're trying to-
You start tonight, 6?
4. We're gonna start at 4,
Because I said so.
so we can just go on into and not have to come back.
And the employee would be an employee this year.
Other funds.
Are we kind of adjourned for the moment?
We're suspending because
Oh,
we
suspended,
can't start
okay.
till 4:00.
Yeah, I know.
Council handles.
I was not.
They've been paying 30%.
Not, well, we're going to have
City's getting
workshops
out of
at a
it.
separate meeting.
Paid 30%.
Yeah, so I guess we have to.
Well, I am, if you want to remind him.
That's what that miscellaneous line was.
Okay, so, everybody, we need to adjourn this meeting because we're still live and then we'll start a new meeting. We'll start a new meeting for our workshop, so. Yeah,
I know we adjourned.
thank you. We have a motion
Second.
and a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker.